Championship Saturday in the state of North Carolina on so many fronts. And we welcome you back to Winston-Salem, where North Carolina high schools are crowning champions left and right. Welcome to the NCHSAA 5A women's title bout. It's going to be the Stallions and the Knights. We got an unbeaten Southeast Alaman squad going up against the darlings of the tournament. You look at the record, it tells you how good they've been in tournament action on the North Lincoln side. With that, we welcome you inside. Lawrence Joel, Veterans Memorial Coliseum, alongside my broadcast partner, the former Tar Heel, Eric Gash, Jason Patterson here with you. And Eric, we say it every time, but it's worth underscoring and repeating. Got to ring that bell that a championship moment is really what it's all about.
For sure. The first tip starts in November. That first jump ball, JP, all the sprints, all the stair laps, all the hard work that you put in over the summer, it now comes to a head. It's culminated right here at the state championship game. We
saw last night some tremendous playmakers that rise to the occasion under the bright lights. We'll focus on a couple right here that are going to be your players to rely on, which are brought to you by Riddle and Riddle. And we begin with Paylor, who you're focusing on here.
Yeah, looking at Shania Paylor, she averages 11 points per game, almost 6 assists. She has over 500 career assists, and she is the senior point guard that's going to lead this team to victory. She's been doing it all year at 29-0, and going to see if she can do it one more time.
And then you flip over to the other side. Number of different players that you could highlight here, but Allie Smith rises above the fray.
Yeah, the numbers may fool you a little bit. Allie scored 29 in their Western Regional Championship game, but she averages 18 points per game, and she's only a junior, JP, but we look for a lot of big things out of Allie today.
Now, this is a young team all the way around. They're going to be around for a while. And on the flip side, you got the Southeastern Alaman crowd trying to go unbeaten. What's it going to take for that to happen? Give us your food for thought. These are the Ingles keys to the game.
Yeah, so looking at the Stallions, they're going to have to control the paint, dominate on both sides of the glass, the offensive and defensive side, play that pressure defense. And for the Knights, they're going to have to play up-tempo. They average 72 points a game and create turnovers on defense.
Again, that's your Ingles food for thought. Those are the keys to the game, brought to you by our friends at Ingles. Low prices, love the savings. It is the pursuit of perfection on one side and a tournament run to remember on the other. What gives? We'll find out when the state championship tips off on the other side of the break.
The broadcast stream of these championship games is brought to you by Tip Top Roofing, Faith Family Roofing.
Returning champs are here, looking for perfection, a first-time attendee and participant with a tremendous tournament run. They're about to go head-to-head. And we take a look at our starting lineups brought to you by Tatum and Atkinson. Some familiar names from that championship run a year ago, E.
For sure. And JP, I like to mention, we highlighted Shania Paylor as, the player to watch. But the role players, Rihanna Johnson averages 15 points per game. Clara LaChapelle, 10 points per game. So we're going to look for them to carry their weight in this game.
And here's the Tatum and Atkinson starting lineup for this Knight squad that has had a tremendous run. Once they rolled into their own in tournament action, going to be Grice, Birch, Smith, Cipriano, and Black. And Tatum and Atkinson, the sponsors of our starting lineups. Tatum and Atkinson, the heavy hitters, and we got the heavy hitters here in the 5A title game. Anybody else you highlight there on that side of things?
Yeah, looking forward to it. Ashlyn Black, she averages 13 points a game, and Reese Birch 12. So the role players are going to have to step up in order for their teams to win today. We
said it's a pursuit of perfection, and we called the Knights the Darlings. You say that because when a team makes a run through the tournament, wins as many as they have in a row, that's some of the terminology you use. We'll see if they can get it done against the standard in this classification. The Stallions of Southeastern Alamance. They'll get the first crack at it, that's for sure. Knights control the opening tip. And here's a little shot that will roll off, and on the far side, there's contact on what was a second effort with Allie Smith trying to put that back up. Smith is a three-time all-conference performer. You highlighted her coming in. You talked about all the numbers she has put together, and here's her initial effort. It will send her to the line.
Yeah, attacking the glass, JP, and that's what it's going to take to control the tempo of the game and hit that glass, and she's going to do it all for him.
First of our Tatum and Atkinson free throws go down. Injured in a car wreck. Call the heavy hitters, Tatum and Atkinson. Well, how do you get the moniker tournament darlings? You go through the 10 seed, the 7 seed, the 2 seed, the 3 seed, and the 5 seed in succession to make your way to the championship game. And though the record's not going to grab your attention with some of the things that transpired this year, that kind of run, Eric, we call it tournament darlings, we call it Cinderella, you call it whatever you want. This is a team riding a great deal of momentum coming in.
Yeah, they ran the gauntlet. I mean, you're going through the top seeds in order to get to the state championship. And so you know that there's going to be focus, there's going to be perseverance, and that endurance that got them here, and that's what it's going to take in order for them to be successful today.
And you saw Kristen Carr leading this team to the charge. She's assisted by Tim Chandler, the manager Abigail Church, trainer Annie McGinnis, stats Brad Burnett, but Kristen Carr done a nice job with this team in focusing them and getting them here in the championship environment. And there's an over and back call, going to go the way of Coach Amy Surratt's Southeast Alamance Stallions. Amy Surratt is the reigning Mid-Carolina Coach of the Year. Again, she led this team to a championship a season ago. And the Kentucky native, with those bluegrass roots, looking to lead them to one you'll remember, because it's going to be an unblemished championship at 30-0 if they get it done.
Yeah, and they've been perfect all year, but the Knights may have a little something to say about that, JP.
Well, who's going to have something to say about it right now? Kendra Pierce drops home a Paramount Auto three-pointer. Just like that, it's a 5-0 run for the Knights. When you're making, and it's the point we were talking about a moment ago, this type of run through a tournament, you carry a great deal of energy with you. But there's the answer. First bucket of the championship environment. McIver, the senior. And everybody's on the board now. You know, we talk about settling into the state championship. You don't think it's as much of an issue for a Stallions team that was here a year ago, E, but there's still those moments that are needed to allow you to take a deep breath and remember it's just basketball.
Yeah, and you have to remember to do the simple thing, the little things like breathe, right? Your adrenaline's going to be high and rolling, emotions are high, and it may take a minute or two to settle in, get your breath, get your legs up under you, and settle into your offense and defensive stance.
Trying to save that in was Rihanna Johnson. It was not to be. She's one of the sophomores on this squad. Now, this is a group, because of their success last year, certainly you talk about the three at the top of the lineup for Coach Surratt, Paylor, LaChapelle, McIver, all seniors. You've got the junior Lopez. It's Johnson who's the lone young player in the starting group.
Yeah, she scored 17 points in the championship game. But there is our leader right there in Shania Paylor leading the break with the steal, and that's what it's going to take, JP.
MVP a season ago. She's back. Has this team responding as they are within one and will have the basketball.
There you go. Pressure, defense, play that pressure defense, control the paint. That's what one of the keys to the game for the Stallions in order to be able to take this championship home.
What are you seeing early between these two?
I'm seeing a lot of the speed of the game is picked up. And, you know, with North Lincoln, they score 72 points a game, only 57 for Southeast Alamance, but you can see they're picking up the pace with the steals, and they're, it looks like she's got to wait a little push there, but with the tempo on offense, they're attacking the glass.
Go through traffic, and eventually there is a whistle and an inbound coming underneath the bucket after the alternating possession arrow is put into effect. Southeast to end, and just a little too strong off the glass. Ashlyn Black going to clean that up. Other end of the floor, guess who? Allie Smith, the junior guard. You said it, 1,500 points, crossing that threshold along the way this season. High Point commit, going to be working her way to a place where some of the greatest facilities in the state exist these days, right? That High Point team on the men's side getting ready to head to the NCAA tournament a little bit later this month. Selection Sunday tomorrow, finding out where they head. And that's where she's headed to make her mark at the next level. In her hands now, on cue. Down the lane she goes. Finds an open teammate, although Grice's shot's a little short. Cipriano can't get it to fall.
Getting a lot of looks at the basket.
Well, down the lane, there was plenty of room initially for Reese Birch, and then she draws the contact. The foul call will put her on the line.
Yeah, they're attacking the basket there. Just got the arm just a little bit, but you can see that they're not afraid to attack that rim, JP.
Gonna have to if you're gonna
That's right.
handle this team, that's for sure. Here's the Tatum and Atkinson free throw. Tatum and Atkinson injured in a car wreck. Call the heavy hitters at Tatum and Atkinson. They're sponsoring all our free throws in this first quarter of action. Reese Birch, a freshman. Again, opposite on the North Lincoln Knights side of things, as this is a very young team. You've got just the one senior. A lot of sophomores, juniors, even that freshman Birch in the starting unit for North Lincoln. And Eric, while they tend to an issue here, our officials are going to get together and talk it up. We can introduce you to the group out of EBOA, out of the Eastern Association. Jay Worrell, Brian Ahmad, and Rayshawn Jarman, the three handling things in this Class 5A Women's Championship game. And we say it each time, but for those who may be with us for the first time, we got some first-time participants here in the championship game. These officials are selected, their associations are selected, the individuals work their way here, and it is an honor to be able to work one of these championship games.
It certainly is. Best of the best. They've been consistent all year, making fair calls, controlling the game by staying invisible and letting the players play. So congrats to those officials that are here for this championship.
Strong off the glass, and the Knights up the floor with it. Good start for North Lincoln. Cipriano looking for options. There's one.
I love it. I love it. Black attacking the basket.
Ashlyn Black, she's headed to Pikeville. There's those Kentucky roots on one side, just like the other we talk about with the head coach. Going to be a Pikeville product moving forward, and she's a 1,000-point scorer as well. Hit that milestone this season. Close proximity won't fall for La Chapelle. Up the floor with it quickly, Allie Smith. And she's a High Point commit. We talked about the nearly 20 points per game. She shoots 54% from the field, 6 rebounds per game, 6 steals per game to go along with all that good work in the points department. In her hands again now. She'll try a 3-ball. Won't go to match her jersey number. And rims off into the hands of La Chapelle.
Yeah, Allie, she took it off the glass and led the break down the court. You got to love it. Love the intensity, love the hustle of this team.
There are a lot of players on the North Lincoln side of things with plenty of offers and plenty of opportunities. Cipriano's another that falls in that category. We get a whistle here. We'll tell you about it as the day goes along, but they've got bright futures in this game. Speaking of Cipriano, she got offers from Murray State, Wofford, Furman, High Point, Army, Cornell. On down the list goes. App State saw her good work there. She and her teammates out front early. Fans enjoying the early afternoon hours on Championship Saturday in the Old North State. And here is the Original Grills fan cam. Elevate your grill game, Original Grills. Sponsors of our fan cam. Certainly these two elevated their game across the course of the state tournament. North Lincoln making the 76-mile, 1 hour, 20-minute journey from the Southwest. And those fans you saw from Southeast Alamance, well, it's about an hour even, 58 miles, right at 58 minutes to make the trip from the east. And they meet here for the 5A title. Good start for North Lincoln. You know, this is the first time that a Lincoln County school has been in the state championship environment since the 1980s on the girls basketball side. So, yes, it's their first trip, but for that region of the state and that community, this is the first time in a while that a representative has been here.
And you imagine what that'll mean for that community, you know, if these young ladies bring home this state championship.
And they're out front 11-4 to get things started, and a little bit of trouble as Allie Smith tried to work her way toward the hoop. So there's going to be an inbound for Southeast Alamance. There's Cipriano. We were telling you about her going to break just a moment ago. Whistled here, but you saw her good work in the three-pointer a little bit earlier. College of Charleston, App State, Cornell, Furman, Wofford, High Point, Army, Murray State, all offering the sophomore, and she's got plenty of time to grow into her own. Those offers will keep on rolling in,
You better believe it. You can only imagine that Coach Carr is excited about having this young lady on the team. She's controlling the paint. She's long, got those long arms and grabbing stuff off the backboard, and she also hit that three-pointer, so you know she can shoot it from the outside as well.
She's 42% from three-point land across the course of the year, Cipriano. She and her teammates on the defensive side now. It's into the hands of Paylor again. And trying to make some positive waves in the interior. And looking to go up with it was Nevaeh Faust. You talk about young players. Here's a freshman going to work for the Stallions.
Yeah, look at the footwork. I love it. You know, she backs Cipriano down. And keep in mind, that's Cipriano's second foul, JP, and that could come into play as we progress throughout the game.
And just picked them both up in the last probably 30 to 45 seconds of basketball action. One on one end of the floor, one on the other. She departs on cue, and coming into the contest for North Lincoln is Maddie Black, the junior. Two quick fouls on the sensational sophomore forward, who takes a seat for the Knights. And you see Coach Amy Surratt pouring her Stallions to rise up defensively. That was everywhere but down for Addison Bryce that time.
Yeah, and you can see that North Lincoln is wanting to push that pace and keep it going, get that scoring average up.
Wide open three from the corner, wouldn't fall. Taken right back away. Good look from the baseline to feed it. Now here's the freshman again, and she'll put it back solidly this time. Nevaeh Faust, an and one coming.
I love it. I love seeing the bigs work in the paint, JP, and she's a freshman. Look at her just attacking the basketball. Great footwork, and she throws it up for the and one.
She's got a Tatum and Atkinson free throw coming her way. The clock stopped at 1:27 left to play in the opening period. Subbing in, Rihanna Johnson coming back into the contest. And nothing but the twine for Nevaeh Faust. 3 points the old-fashioned way, and 11-9 the score. Now that makes it a one-possession game. Only for an instant. How about this slice of the lane by Ashlyn Black?
Yeah, nice dish from Allie Smith, and Ashlyn running the floor. Gets the easy two.
Remember, she's headed to Pikeville. She's a 13-point-per-game performer, is Ashlyn Black. Another of those over 1,000 points this season for the junior in her career, of course, that is, but past that milestone this year. Eric, she provides 6 rebounds per game. She provides 6 steals per game, and she's 48% from the floor. Ashlyn Black giving you a window the last time down the floor of what she provides for the North Lincoln Knights.
Yeah, it's going to take a team effort. It's going to take the role players stepping up and having their best game of their career right here in the state championship.
Inside the final minute, into the hands of Bryce. Speaking of Ashlyn Black, she has it now. Takes it to the hoop. Rebounded by Paylor. Baylor behind the back, a little trouble doing that. Now just kind of tosses it up. It's into the hands of LaChapelle and back to her.
Yeah, controlling the tempo, just backing it out, setting up the offense.
Blocked by Grice. Still 16 seconds on the first quarter game clock. It's going to stay on this end of the floor. 16.5. Paylor to trigger.
I love it, making some space in the middle.
Here's a wide open look from three, and you're not going to leave Edwards that open without seeing that result. The freshman drives one home. Delise Edwards, and just ahead of the horn on the other end, the shot rims off. That pulled the champs to within a single point. 13-12, the separation after one in the title game.
I love it. I love the battle on the boards. I love how North Lincoln is pushing the pace. I love how the Stallions are stepping up.
Four field goals, a single three, and a handful of free throws on each side as we take our first look at the Arthritis Knee Pain Center stats. Through one quarter of action, Arthritis Knee Pain Center, relief without surgery or opioids. Could be much more even than this.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the stat line, and they're practically the same. Just 1 point separating them.
Also giving you a glance as we get a tie-up. Possession arrow going to send it to the other end of the floor. Going to give you a glance at our ready-to-roll garage doors, points in the paint. That's as even as everything else. 6 apiece. Ready-to-roll garage doors. Raleigh's garage door experts. Check them out today, and they're sponsoring the tracking of our points in the paint. The numbers tell you just how tight the game's been. 13-12 as we wade in to the second quarter.
Yeah, in games like this, JP, it comes down to layups and free throws. You know, right now both teams are perfect from the charity stripe. Oh, wow.
What a job to gather that up and make it possible by Smith. She found another gear there.
Certainly did. I love the pace of the game. I love the, we're talking about this over the break, just the execution of the girls' game and just how precise the passes are, as we get an example right here.
Well, that was on cue for you. There's Johnson, the sophomore, able to lay it home. You talk about young players. There's one that has not been able to stay on the floor because of a couple of fouls, and that's been a key storyline in this one so far. Yep,
that's right. Cipriano has 2 fouls, and she's sitting over on the bench, and they need her presence on the inside.
Make a difference, that's for sure. Inbound coming underneath as you get a look at Coach Kristen Carr. into the contest now. McIver, Nchsaa, as they call her, Nchsaa McIver, working her way back into the action here for the Stallions. There's a three off the rim. And a couple coming for Allie Smith as she was elevating. That's going to be a whistle against Nevaeh Faust, the freshman.
Yeah, you see Allie on the inside, and you know, not sure if she was, well, obviously she was shooting, sends her to the free throw line.
These are first see-through construction free throws of the contest. See-through construction, your contractor of choice on the OBX. That's see-through construction, and she is just as true from that spot as anywhere else on the floor.
Yeah, perfect from the free throw line so far. I mean, they're 6 of 6, and if they continue that trend, it's going to be a tight game coming down to the end, JP.
It's amazing how two teams can come to this spot, work to this juncture in the season from very different paths with very different narratives, yet they find themselves this tight on the scoreboard and beyond. Trying to create a little bit of separation here is Grice, but what a job to get back defensively.
That was awesome. That was an excellent hustle play there from Delise Edwards. That was fantastic hustle.
Going to go out of bounds and will belong to the Knights, but that looked like a sure bucket for Grice, and Edwards said not so fast.
Yeah, it's a great hustle play, JP. I mean, you know, she threw it away. She did not give up on it. She chased her down, swiped at the ball. It was a clean break. Established her feet in bounds, headed the other way.
Yeah, 9 times out of 10 you hesitate because you think, well, if I don't get it just perfectly, a foul could be called, perhaps even a flagrant. Not the case. She was dialed in on one thing, and that was snatching away the basketball. Speaking of foul calls, here's a whistle. One coming your way here. That's going to be a foul on McIver. Her second personal. She kind of keep track of some of those early foul issues that are mounting. McIver the first for Southeast to pick up a couple. Enough of a window to fire that three. And firing away on it, Maddie Black able to drive this home for North Lincoln, and the lead grows on that Paramount Kia of Asheville three-pointer.
Stepped right into it like she's been doing it all year, JP.
The junior making her presence known in some key minutes in the state championship environment. Now they fight for the rebound underneath. That'll roll off the rim, but a chance to go to the line is coming for La Chapelle.
Yeah, great battling on the inside. Gonna have to win the paint. Whoever's gonna win this game is gonna have to win the paint, JP.
La Chapelle to the see-through construction free throw line, and she will connect on the first. Reminder, the Air Experts Heating and Cooling halftime report coming your way at the intermission. We'll have a special interview with Hugh Tucker, the commissioner of the North Carolina High School Athletic Association. First half highlights, a whole lot more coming your way. A part of the Air Experts Heating and Cooling halftime report. La Chapelle, good for the first, sees the second rim out. She's a 3-time all-conference, all-district performer and a Converse commit. Converse College or University now. They're in Spartanburg, South Carolina, where she'll be headed. 1,000 career points, 800 career rebounds for La Chapelle. Her teammates on the move now. And that was off the leg of Johnson, it seemed. It'll belong to the Knights.
I love the hustle from both teams, JP. They're not giving up on the basketball. And there we see Allie Smith running down and knocking it off of her leg. That's a great hustle from both sides.
You heard a cheer a moment ago when we were talking about halftime and walking you through what you're going to see at the intermission. That was because Cipriano came back into the game.
Right.
11 is out there in these moments. The super sophomore for North Lincoln into the contest with 5 minutes to play in the first half.
Yeah, and if you're the Stallions, you're going to go at her because you know she's going to be protective, trying not to get that third foul.
She's going to zip a pass out top to Ashlyn Black. Two shots coming for Ashlyn Black, 2-time all-conference performer. You got Allie Smith, the 3-time all-conference performer. You got Cipriano with all those accolades we talked about. And here's another all-conference player going to the line.
Yeah, I love how she, you know, played through the contact, protected the ball, and at least got it up to the rim.
Her see-through construction free throw rolls right over the front of the iron. and in, your contractor of choice on the OBX see-through construction. That's C with the spelling you would expect for the Outer Banks, SEA, see-through construction. Sponsors of our free throws in this second quarter. Disrupted. In fact, straight up blocked by Allie Smith. The part of her game you don't talk a lot about necessarily for all the shooting prowess and the 6 rebounds, the 6 steals. She'll also step in there and swat one away.
Yeah, now players to watch going right at each other. I love it, JP.
A lot of time left in this first half. 4:22 left to play. Here's a 3 ball. That will go as well. Maddie Black shooting the lights out from the perimeter. She has another Paramount Kia of Asheville 3-pointer, ParamountAuto.com, where you can check them out. Certainly everybody in the building checking out the skills from Maddie Black.
There's a sharp shooter in North Lincoln by the name of Maddie Black. That's the second 3 of the game.
Allie Smith. You know, the other thing you notice, see, there's going to be a reach foul here. Going to go against Paler, I believe. Yep, it is going to be on Paler, her second. But a comfort level for the North Lincoln Knights as they have pushed out front 23-15 in pursuit of the crowd in North Carolina. Our broadcast presented by Riddle & Riddle continues right after these messages. This championship week at the North Carolina High School Athletic Association Showdowns. What a week it has been. So many plays to bring your way. We're going to have one more selected as the Akeem Anastapoulo play of the game before our time is done. You want to stick around post-game for that. And also the Riddle & Riddle player of the game. Riddle & Riddle, when justice counts, sponsors of our player of the game. And Akeem Anastapoulo. Don't scream, call Akeem. You've seen the number on the screen throughout. And that'll be the sponsor of our play of the game. Have we seen it? Will we see it? A lot of basketball left to determine that. Here comes the inbound for a Knights team. We were talking about during the break, Ian, going to break, just what comfort level there has seemed for this group. No matter where they are on the floor, it's a we belong here, watch us work approach. And here's a tie up, going to send it the other way. They've quietly built an 8-point lead here in the first half.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel like it, JP, but they're just playing the game steady, plodding away, and once again, they're the Cinderella, the darlings of this tournament. They've run the gauntlet, and here they are in the state championship looking to cement that trophy for their community.
Seed-wise, yes. You look at talent-wise, ability-wise, player-wise, certainly a very loaded roster all the way around in terms of talent, and they are showing it here today. You know, if you didn't know any better and you kind of threw the records out and said to somebody, all right, which team's the defending champion that's been perfect this year, and which team's the team that's here in the environment for the very first time trying to snatch away the title, you might feel like the roles were reversed based upon what we've seen in this first half.
Indeed, and you know, North Lincoln's coming out and they're making their case for state champions.
3:09 left in the first half, and all kind of basketball left to settle this, and you know what a machine the Stallions of Southeast Alamance have been the last couple of years here in North Carolina. So we expect this to tighten up again, that much is sure. Right now, North Lincoln Knights looking to run again. Looks like there was a major collision out top, and appeared as if Johnson got the worst of it. But she's going to continue.
I love it. The refs are letting them play, and they're going at it, CP. This is like a heavyweight bout. One blow after another, and nobody's flinching just yet.
Inside, all kind of real estate. Yep, she's okay. Brianna Johnson lays it home. She was the one on the other end of the floor, got the worst of that collision, but she was able to steady herself and make the bucket.
Yep, she was able to sneak behind that zone.
And another tie-up. How many of those have we had? Got a substitution coming as Natalie Lopez, the junior, departs. Also coming into the contest is Nevaeh Faust. She's going to be back. And she's going to come in for La Chapelle, who departs. So 15. McIver out there. Taylor, a breather for La Chapelle. It's Johnson who remains on the floor as well. Front of the iron for Ashlyn Black. And a foul called on guess who? Cipriano. Remember, she was in there with those two and picked up her third a long way away from the basket.
Yeah, it looks like the feet got tangled up, and she took a foul. And yeah, that's number 3 for her, and that could prove to be pivotal, JP, as she has to take a seat on the bench.
The sophomore going to be benched, no doubt, for the last 2 and change in this quarter, with 3 fouls, and that's an emerging storyline for a North Lincoln team right now in control by 6. 2 minutes remaining in the opening half.
Yeah, look for Nevaeh's presence in the middle there, JP. As you see it, that she's going to hit that glass. She's going to pound the glass, and that's what it's going to take right there to play up tempo and control that paint.
A relentless approach. It's going to be a first personal on Maddie Black, and it will mean see-through construction free throws for Nevaeh Faust. First of them rolling off the front of the iron. Well, we're about 2 minutes away now from the Air Experts Heating and Cooling halftime report. You'll hear from Q Tucker, the commissioner of the North Carolina High School Athletic Association. First half highlights, stats, a lot more coming your way at the half. Boy, a couple of tough shots. Both had potential, but neither fell. Taken away by Paylor, and it looks like Ashlyn Black is going to be whistled for the foul.
Yeah, that pressure defense, JP. Paylor's staking her claim, saying, hey, I'm not going to be denied today.
Second personal on Ashlyn Black. The North Lincoln team having doubled up Southeast Alamance 10-5 in this quarter. Sees the lead at 6.
Yeah, they're going to have to get something going on the offensive side, JP. They're playing that pressure defense like we talked about at the beginning, but they're going to have to see the ball going through the bucket just right on cue.
Well, you called for it. Guess who? Shania Paylor getting the job done. It's the senior leader who comes away with a much-needed bucket to cut it to 4. Just over a minute to play in what has been an entertaining first half of action.
Indeed.
Ashlyn Black said, give me that, then worked it to the corner where Edwards was waiting to say, I don't think so.
Yeah, perfect timing, and almost was able to get it back a little too far out of bounds for her.
It's right into the hands of La Chapelle. She looks out front, McIver. They're gonna have to slow it up and reset. In fact, that was nearly straight taken away by Allie Smith. Another tie-up, but the alternating possession arrow is with Southeast Alamance, so it stays with the Stallions.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of hustle plays here, JP. That was a great hustle play from Allie Smith there to get back on defense and tie her up.
Brianna Johnson back into the game, and Nchsaa McIver departs. This will be an important 3, and it it goes. And she's so excited by it, she turns to the bench and says, hey, did you see that? Edwards Rainbows one home for a Paramount Kia of Asheville 3.
I love it. They're creating memories, JP, that will last a lifetime.
That cuts it to a single point of separation in the final seconds of the half. Thought about another right there.
I thought she was going to launch it up. Oh, wow. Nice play to the right.
Off the window for Paylor. Look who just went out front. Southeast Alamance with the advantage. And another takeaway. The closing seconds of the half, a championships-type surge for the reigning champions of Southeast Alamance. And they're up 24-23 with the basketball for the final shot.
Selling in from Nevaeh. Oh, almost going in.
Blocked away by Maddie Black, and it'll be a 1-point separation. Not the way you probably thought. A surge down the stretch in the first from the reigning champs.
You gotta love it. They have been taking those body blows, taking those haymakers, but they still are in the game and up one going into the halftime.
Air Experts Heating and Cooling halftime report coming your way on the other side of the break.
You're watching the Air Experts Heating and Cooling Halftime Report. Air Experts. Schedule your tune-up today at yourairexperts.com.
Well, hey there, everybody. Thank y'all so much for tuning in to the state championship high school basketball games. Joining us is our long-standing partner all the way from Ingalls Markets, Miss Melissa Level. Melissa, are you loving these excellent basketball games?
I love it. What a great season it's been, and the best of the best is right here now on television.
Best of the best is right. Now let's talk about that long-standing and robust partnership between Ingalls and high school championship athletics. What all does that entail?
It's just absolutely wonderful to be able to connect with all the schools within our region. You know, we're in 6 states, and so we have Friday Night Lights with football, we do basketball, we have softball, even some Olympic-style sports, and we go all the way up through college, and then of course some minor leagues. But we just love that high school spirit and the fun with that. A lot of those players work with us. A lot of their parents have a shop at our Ingalls, so it's kind of like a big family coming to watch all of them play, right? So we love that.
We'll love it as well. Melissa, as always, thank you for taking the time to speak with us here today.
Thank you.
All righty. Let's get back to the game, folks.
You're watching the Air Experts Heating and Cooling Halftime Report. Air Experts. Schedule your tune-up today at yourairexperts.com.
Championship week is always a special time for high school athletics in North Carolina. Joining us now is NCHSAA Commissioner Q Tucker to talk about what this event means for student athletes across the state. Commissioner Tucker, Championship week is finally here. What does this event mean for the student athletes who have worked all season to get to this stage?
All of the teams that are playing this week are regional champions. And so they entered this week as already a champion. And now they're trying to, put that cherry on the top, so to speak, and go home with a state championship.
This year's championships feature 16 games across 8 classifications for both boys and girls. What went into the decision to structure the championships this way?
A couple of years ago, the membership voted to amend our bylaws so that you could have no more than 64 schools in a classification. Now, it would have been very easy to stop at perhaps 6 classes, but at the rate we've been adding new schools, we would very quickly needed the membership to amend the bylaw again so that we could have more than 64 teams in a class, or we'd have to go ahead and have more classes. So the recommendation to our board of directors was that we go ahead and go to 8 classes, and that would give some flexibility in terms of adding new schools.
How does that expanded format create more opportunities for schools and student athletes across the state?
Because we have more schools that are getting into the playoffs than would have ever been in the playoffs, and they're able to make a deeper run. And that's exciting for those schools as well as for those communities.
For many of these athletes, this is the biggest stage they've ever played on. How does the association work with schools to prepare them for moments like this?
They needed to know, where your team will unload and how you get into the arena, what your dressing room situation will be like. Lawrence Joel Coliseum will be the largest arena they have been in for some of them. And so we just try to make sure that all the nuts and bolts are in place for the coaches to be able to share with the athletes.
When the final buzzer sounds on championship weekend, what do you hope every student athlete walks away remembering about this experience?
We want you to play hard. We want you to play to win, but we want you to do that and have fun so that you walk away and you think, we won, it was great, or we were runner-up, but it was great, and I had a great time with my teammates. For some of them, it would be the last time that they put on that high school jersey because they're seniors. So we want them to go away with those memories that will last a lifetime.
Commissioner Tucker, thanks for joining us, and congratulations to all the teams competing this week.
Thank you very much.
You're watching the Air Experts Heating and Cooling Halftime Report. Air Experts. Schedule your tune-up today at yourairexperts.com.
Stallions and the Knights, they just go together, right?
There you go.
Separated by a single point here in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. We welcome you back by taking a look back at this first half of action. And Eric, it was met with a couple of different runs that have these teams right on one another's heels.
Yeah, some ebbs and flows. We've seen some high-pressure defense. We've seen attacking on offense from both sides with both of these teams, and they're doing a fantastic job fundamentally in hitting the boards and creating turnovers.
Look at some of the individual performers who've made their mark on this contest. There's a number of different scorers. Baylor, obviously, the highlight performer. She has 6. The bucket's coming from a little bit of everywhere for Southeast Alamance. And for North Lincoln, well, a number of key contributors as well. You've got 6 points from Smith, 6 points from Maddie Black on a couple of big made threes. Same thing for Ashlyn Black with 6 points in the contest. That's really what you notice. And these highlights bear it out. So many different contributors on both sides.
Yeah, the role players on each team, they're stepping up on both ends of the court, offensively and defensively. And you see here that it's practically even across the board, just looking at the free throws. Let me see here. The Stallions have missed 3 free throws. North Lincoln is perfect from the charity stripe.
Thus, a look at our numbers brought to you by Arthritis Knee Pain Center. Our stats for the entire first half of action. Arthritis Knee Pain Center. Relief without surgery or opioids, and we turn our attention now to the points in the paint. Yep. That's where a little bit of separation is starting to be created, our ready-to-roll points in the paint.
And the big difference is that number 11, Cipriano, was in foul trouble. She has 3 fouls, so she had to sit some during that first half. And so we'll see if Nevaeh will continue to hit the glass. Nevaeh fouls there for the Stallions, and see if she can give her team some second chance opportunities.
Send them a message to come on down, take a look at this 5A title game. 24-23 our score at the break. Our broadcast of the second half, brought to you by Riddle and Riddle, will be underway when you return to Winston. Winston-Salem, North Carolina, the site of the 2026 North Carolina High School Athletic Association State Championships, and it is Championship Saturday all across the Old North State. Good one brewing here, 24-23 as we're set to begin the third quarter. Always like to talk about adjustments.
Yeah.
What do you see these two teams needing to do if they're going to keep the crown or claim the crown?
Yeah, I think the Stallions need to keep it up. You know, they missed 3 free throws. That will put them up by 4 as opposed to just 1, JP. But they're playing some great pressure defense, and so I'm going to tell them keep it up. You know, Coach Surratt, keep up the pressure. And if I am North Lincoln, I'm going to say, hey, we need to continue to push the pace, pound the glass, and limit those turnovers.
Cipriano is on the floor to begin the third quarter with those 3 fouls for North Lincoln. The sensational sophomore who has helped lead this squad. All those offers coming in. Plenty of time to see further opportunities roll her way in an outstanding career that is already underway. Here's Ashlyn Black driving toward it. And here's another tie-up. A lot of that. The basketball has been contested on both ends of the floor. This is going to be Stallions' possession.
Yeah, and you see there, you know, Black attacking the ball, attacking the rim, and number 15 there. Let me see here. That's McIver attacking the basketball. So, yeah, they're doing a lot of attacking out here, JP.
3 from the far side won't go down. Attempt at what would have been our first Paramount Kia of Asheville 3-pointer of the half. Straight taken away by Natalie Lopez. Out front to Paylor with a head of steam, and Paylor lays it home. This team, remember, surged down the stretch in the first half to claim the lead after trailing the majority of the basketball game.
Yeah, and looking to continue that same trend, JP. Creating some turnovers on defense. That's exactly what they need to do to separate themselves.
On the move again. Off the glass, too strong, but there's a foul call. And a chance to go to the Tatum and Atkinson free throw line is coming. That one picked up by Maddie Black. I believe that's just the second personal on Black. And the first whistle against the Knights in this third quarter. Going to send Clara LaChapelle to the line. Senior, 3-time all-conference, all-district performer. We told you she's headed to Converse. 1,000 career points, 800-plus career rebounds. Talk about a contributor. She's one of the all-conference performers returning for the reigning champs. You know, that group of seniors, Paylor, LaChapelle, who was just at the line and knocked those down, McIver, pretty impressive group to have on the floor consistently.
Yeah, they've known perfection this year, JP, at 29-0 and looking to continue.
Here's Ashlyn Black on the other end of the floor drawing contact. So she'll go to the Tatum and Atkinson free throw line. This is going to be against McIver, second on her.
Yeah, just instead of going straight up, she came down and came across her arms and, yep, got her that foul.
Tatum and Atkinson injured in a car wreck. Call the heavy hitters of Tatum and Atkinson, sponsors of our free throws in this third quarter. The lead 4. Make it 3. Nothing but the twine for Ashlyn Black on that Tatum and Atkinson free throw.
And the Knights are perfect from the free throw line, 10 for 10, JP.
Isn't that something? So much of a difference made when you can be effective at the charity stripe. Answer on the other end of the floor, though.
Yep, that's Rihanna Johnson, averages 15 a game.
Here's a 3. Won't go. Back into the hands of Black. She puts it back. Rolls it home. Quickly hops up, ready to go play D.
Yeah, I love it. Black brought her A game today, JP.
Ashlyn Black already in double figures with that bucket. And she's the first person, worth mentioning, she's the first person on either side to reach double figures in the contest. That's how evenly distributed the point scoring has been.
And JP, just as important, she just picked up her third foul.
Yep. Ending up with a third personal, and now you got a couple you got to keep an eye on with some foul trouble. You know the spot Cipriano was already in. Well, a reminder that prior to the conclusion of this contest, or actually probably right after it, we'll hand out superlatives. Part of that, the Akeem Anastapoulos play of the game. Injured, don't scream, call Akeem. Dial 800-ALL-7s. That's the message from Akeem Anastapoulos, who will sponsor our play of the game. Tatum and Atkinson free throw for McIver. And it goes. Wow. Keep in mind that Kristen Carr and company now have to worry about a couple of their key players in some foul trouble after that sequence.
Yeah, and Black had to go to the bench. Once again, she has 3 fouls.
She has 3. Cipriano has 3. Can't really afford to contest this, and you see the difference right there.
You definitely see the difference. The challenge was a little bit different. Oh, we have another turnover here.
Right back into the hands of Paylor. She knows what to do with the basketball. Cipriano comes down with this. Hangs on to the handle. They say she kept the hand on top. And feeds one inside to Grice. You know, all of a sudden, the reigning champions starting to look like they found a rhythm.
That's right. And that old momentum seems to be on the side of the Stallions right now, JP. And I tell you what, they are looking to impose their will on the Knights.
Basketball out top in the hands of the point guard Paylor, 1,000-point scorer, 4-time all-conference. Gives it off to her teammate. And Lopez tried a 3 that wouldn't fall. Lopez, one of the first out of the locker room earlier, practicing those 3s. Yeah. We'll see how she ends up connecting on them as we go down the stretch here. That hits the backboard as LaChapelle was trying to find somebody to deliver that to.
I love how they're attacking the ball. You know, the Stallions they're getting on the floor, they're getting after it, and that's what's going to have to happen because, once again, this Knights team averages 72 points a game. And so right now, they're going to have to continue to turn up the heat on defense.
Ellie Smith looking to become involved, and she goes around the world to Grice, who ends up seeing it drop home. Addison Grice, the junior, with a memorable bucket.
Nice. Yeah, Lexi was behind the backboard with that one, that old school finger roll.
Johnson, whirling dervish through the lane. Falls off the other side of the back of the iron, but there for the putback is McIver. And how about this from the corner? Reese Birch able to knock down a Paramount Key of Asheville 3.
Yeah, Birch averages about 12 points a game. She's going to need to step it up and hit a few more of those, JP, to get them back in it.
Keever goes toward the hoop. Won't fall.
Wow, nice
gathering things up. Cipriano under control.
That was a nice gather. Nice body control as well as being able to get that ball up in the hole.
It reminds you of Rafferty, right? Get the puppies in order.
That's right.
She certainly did on that trip down the floor. You talk about broadcasters, and putback is there for Akiba again. We should mention here at Wake, heavy hearts as they continue to mourn the loss of one of the great gentlemen in our business. Of course, Dinger, who was the long-time analyst for the Demon Deacons, and certainly we think about him on a day like this. Loved good basketball like we're witnessing right now, and gave a good portion of his life to it. Was a long-time analyst for Stan Cotton on the Deacons Radio Network, and they thinking about him here, and we're certainly thinking about him, all of us in this business and those who love this sport. Big time for the Deeks, big time in the state of North Carolina. Always will be remembered by Deacon fans and basketball fans everywhere.
That's right. Condolences, and great man.
Loved this sport, gave so much of his life to it. Relish days like this. You know what? This game getting all the more interesting as we push toward the final 2.5 of the third quarter. Just when you think you know which way this one might be trending, you step back and glance at the scoreboard and find that it's going the other direction. There's a lot to be determined here.
That's right. North Lincoln regained the lead and just lost it again. And here we are, knotted up once again at 39.
Back even at 39. On cue, laid home for a tie score at the 2-minute mark, even in the third.
I love, you can see the determination on both of these teams, JP. Nobody wants to give in. It's like a heavyweight bout, taking body blow after body blow.
Boy, Lopez nearly got it to go from three-point land, and LaChapelle nearly got it to go from right underneath the hoop, but neither of them fell. We stay tied. Underneath, everywhere but down for Grice. Suddenly the buckets have the lids back on them. Hard to come by. The point that would separate these two, knotted at 39.
Oh, I love the intensity. There we go. Get a timeout. Regather yourself. And here we go.
Fans needed it if nobody else. Catch your breath. 39 all with just over 80 seconds to play in a wild third quarter of the Class 5A state championship game on the women's side. Our broadcast presented by Riddle & Riddle will continue right after this. You think they're enjoying this highly engaging, incredibly entertaining basketball game? The Original Grills fan cam tells you everything you need to know regardless of what colors they're wearing. What shade of blue, right? In this one, you happen to be involved in. Our Original Grills fan cam showing you just how these fans are elevating their game. You can elevate your grill game with Original Grills. 1:21 to go, third quarter, no separation between the reigning champions, the perfect on the year Southeast Alamance Stallions, and a North Lincoln Knights team with all this talent that has rolled through the state playoffs like a steamroller. And as we said, Stallions and Knights just seem to go together. Who's going to separate themselves? Right now, Johnson, the sophomore, lays home one to give the lead back to the champs. How about this? They're going to wave it off offensive. And that is going to be a fourth foul picked up. That's a huge call. Not only does it negate the 2 points in the and one, the call going this way, means things get a little tougher on the fouls front.
Yeah, because you know you may have to get her out, but right now, if you're the Stallions, you're going to go right at her and try and get Ashlyn out of this game right now with that fifth foul, because she has 4. She's going to have to come out of the game for her.
North Lincoln thought they had just secured a potential lead right there with a trip to the line coming. Not to be inside the final minute. And this is tapped away. Guess who's doing the good work now? Allie Smith, the junior leader, and the 3-time all-conference performer, the 1,500-plus point scorer, comes to life to equalize.
Wow, that would have been a huge swing right there had that been an and one, but there you go. Allie Smith proving why she is going to be playing at the next level.
Jump the pass route, averages right at 20 a game. You see how well she shoots it, up over 50% on the year. And just a tremendous, tremendous performer. Picking her spot to even the score at 41 all. Well, we will have our Riddle and Riddle player of the game. She's certainly a candidate if it ends up going the Knights' way. That'll be selected post-game for you, brought to you by Riddle and Riddle, our player of the game selection coming your way. 32 seconds remaining here in the third. Break down where we sit with 41 all.
Yeah, just got to be smart. I mean, we're knotted up right here. You know, if I'm the Stallions, I'm going to play for one shot. Why rush it? Why take a chance on it? But yeah, just play for one shot and go at number 11 right there.
Of course, she's referring to Cipriano, who is still on the floor. And a little bit of foul trouble. Much like Ashlyn Black, who had to depart after the offensive foul call a moment ago. And guess who disrupted that? Going for broke, Cipriano, and she has the takeaway for her team, does not get the shot up ahead of the horn, but she prevents Southeast Alamance from taking the lead. What 3 quarters of basketball have provided have just been an appetizer for what's to come. It's going to be 1 quarter for the title in 5A. The numbers speak for themselves, certainly the two numbers at the top of your screen as we give you a glance at the Arthritis Knee Pain Center statistics through 3. Relief without surgery or opioids, that's Arthritis Knee Pain Center. What a remarkable contest this has been. We show you the points in the paint. These are the ready-to-roll garage doors. Points in the paint, Raleigh's garage door experts ready to roll. And those numbers, pretty impressive.
Yeah, keys to the game. I said for Alamance, they have to control the paint, and they're doing it right now.
Just became an 8-minute season between the Stallions and the Knights. An 8-minute season to settle the 5A Women's Championship.
Yep.
As they begin the fourth quarter with no separation. Again, setting the stage for you. You've got a reigning champion Southeast Alamance Stallions squad, a perfect 29-0 on the year. You got a North Lincoln Knights squad that has rolled perfectly through the state tournament and is here for the very first time, looking to claim its very first crown. Something will have to give over the final 7:38. It'll start at the see-through construction free throw line for Lydia Cipriano. You know, she's a great perimeter shooter, 42% from three-point land. Has this rim out on her, but the sophomore has been solid. That is the first miss from the free throw line for North Lincoln's Knights today. It's been one of the strengths of their game, and she comes right back and uses nothing but the twine to knock home the second.
And you notice the aggression that she had on offense, JP. We noticed the last quarter, she's kind of timid on the inside, on the defensive side of the board. Just hands straight up, not really going after any blocks, but offensively, she's ratcheting it up a little bit.
Well, and you get a few more minutes behind you here, a little deeper into this one. She stays in that 3-foul scenario, she'll be able to unleash a little more defensively. Southeast Alamance trying to do that, unleash a little offensive prowess in the interior. They will. Take another look at this.
First time we're seeing that emotion from Paylor. Look at that. As she puts it up, plays through the contact there, and she says, "Ah, mama, here I am."
And one coming, the see-through construction free throw opportunity. Your contractor of choice on the OBX see-through construction. And around the world it goes. We've seen a lot of that today. Yeah. Stays a 1-point basketball game.
Look at the defense. I love it.
Taylor takes it back away. Can she chase it down? Not in time to put things in order. Looking ahead. Birch. A little too deep under the bucket on that end as well. Well, every possession critical as we come down the stretch in a 43-42 basketball game here in the Triad.
Layups and free throws, JP. Layups and free throws is going to come down to that. The intensity is picking up. The focus is picking up with 6.5 to play.
Sense of urgency.
Yep.
When it comes to your lifetime dreams and your season-long goals. Gathered up by Birch. Standing by at the scorer's table, Nevaeh Faust looks to come back into the game momentarily. Birch will try a three. Nothing but net.
That was huge. She stepped up.
On the Paramount Kia of Asheville three-pointer, and you said it, E. Big time three.
Big time three. She stepped up, stepped right into it, JP.
45-43, the North Lincoln Knights, who led the majority of the first half, though they trailed at the intermission thanks to a Stallions run down the stretch. Stallions respond. Brianna Jackson with a bucket.
And we're knotted up once again at 45 with 5:40 to play.
Here come the champs. Looking to break the tie. Paylor sees it roll off the rim. And that's out of the grasp of Cipriano on the toss from her teammate. It'll be inbound by the Stallions near side. Coming into the contest, Nevaeh Faust. We told you she was standing by. You've been impressed with her good work in the interior today.
Certainly have, JP. She's going to have to hit those boards and see if she can get Cipriano into foul trouble once again and get that 4th foul on.
Timeout called with 5:26 left to go. Both these teams want to talk it over. Take us inside these two huddles right now.
Well, right now, you know, you're knotted up. So if I'm the Stallions, I'm saying, hey, we got to go at Cipriano. We got to get her in trouble, all right? And you're going to tell Paylor, push the pace, go right at her and get Nevaeh, she's going to back you up on the boards there. And if I'm North Lincoln, if I'm Coach Carr there, I'm going to say, hey, girls, we need to settle down, get a shot inside out. So you're going to force it inside. If there's nothing, pop it back out to one of our three-point shooters and see if we can get some momentum going.
5:26 for the season now. Stallion squad coming in 29-0, and Coach Amy Surratt going to challenge them one more time. We talked about the Kentucky roots, the bluegrass roots of the Kentucky native, the work she's done here in the state of North Carolina, well documented, leading this team to a championship a year ago, trying to make it back-to-back and get that perfect season with the finishing touches placed on it. And for North Lincoln, the Knights, they break the huddle from Kristen Carr, having clung to one another in the locker room across the course of this season, and rolling through the North Carolina High School Athletic Association playoff bracket, knocking off 10, 7, 2, 3, and 5 to get here, trying to unseat the champs under the brightest of lights. It'll stay on this end of the floor. You talk about the season runs and beating Eastern Alamance for the conference and the conference tourney for the Stallions standing out, beating that maiden team we saw 86-77 in the regular season for North Lincoln, team we saw the strength of yesterday, a team that won a crown yesterday, and then that run through the playoffs with everybody in the top 10 that they knocked off along the way. 4 games in 6 days at one point. So what they have to do here today, very much still manageable. How about this relentless effort underneath, and nothing will go. There's a whistle and it'll head to the other end.
And they are pounding the ball on the inside. JP going right at Cipriano, trying to get that 4th foul. I love the effort. I love it. Both teams are battling. Both teams are trying to box it out. They realize that their season comes down to this.
And the sophomore stayed as straight up as possible underneath to preserve her situation. Not becoming as much of a factor now as we close in on 4:42. She's able to kind of turn it loose a bit. Here's a foul as Allie Smith was working through traffic. This is going to go against, is that going to be Paylor they're going to whistle here? Let's see.
I think it's,
it is not.
I think it's number 3. I think it's a Faust there.
Yep, going to end up being Nevaeh Faust.
And as you hear the crowd reacting, they don't think it was a foul. the Alamance fans behind us and all throughout the stadium, but we don't have the advantage of instant replay or replay here in high school.
The see-through construction free throw goes down for Allie Smith, and Smith able to knock down another. Again, just one free throw off the mark today, as they have made nearly 15 of them along the way in this contest. She has 14 points to lead her squad. 4.5 to go. The lead 2, and the basketball coming the Knights' direction. The foul on Faust a moment ago, giving her 3. As you're tracking the foul scenario the rest of the way. 4:22 to go. 1 bucket between them. Smith off the mark. She's going to be whistled for the foul as she tried to battle it out with Paylor. There's your 2 players to watch coming in, right tangled with one another.
And you see that Smith is taking the offense on her back, and she's driving. She's being more aggressive the last 4 minutes than we've seen all game.
That's just her second personal, by the way. No real worries there at the 4-minute mark.
Now Black is back in. You want to go at her as well if you're the Stallions.
She's got 4 fouls. Remember, Cipriano for the longest time was the point of concern with 3. Ashlyn Black back into the contest, 4 on her account. And she's the only player on either side in that kind of foul trouble. Timeout being called for. Kristen Carr wanting to call her team over. 4 minutes even remaining in the basketball game. And just a basket separating them. Well, it looks like Kristen Carr in part called this timeout to have a conversation with our officials.
Yeah, it gave Allie Smith her 3rd foul.
Yes. Smith's got 3. You've got 3 on Cipriano. You've got the 4 on Ashlyn Black. Now, 4 minutes. It's not like you've got a whole lot of basketball left, but Boy, one tough whistle here could change the personnel grouping for
It certainly could.
the Knights. Certainly if it's on 23 at some point. Stallions to inbound. Tips it inside, underneath. Baylor looked for a window, wasn't there. Faust fighting for it inside. Taken away by Ashlyn Black. You'd never know she was playing with those four. Chased down and trying to save it was Birch, but a little too strong on that earlier pass. Catch your breath. This one is surging toward a memorable finish in Winston. 47-45 as the Knights look to strip the crown away from the reigning champs. We'll have the balance of this one on the other side of the break. Just 3:45 remaining in the high school basketball season at the 5A classification on the women's side. These fans experiencing everything they came for and then some. The North Lincoln Knights and the Southeast Alamance Stallions. Stallions looking for a perfect campaign. A 30-0 crown, back-to-back titles here in North Carolina. And the Knights looking to snatch away a title in their first ever trip. How about this feed inside? Faust was able to turn her body toward the hoop. Now you hold your breath to see who this is on with the foul scenarios in effect, and it is going to go against Ashlyn Black, which will end the juniors' afternoon. So Ashlyn Black picks up her 5th foul. What has been a tremendous effort for her today will come to a halt at the 3:32 mark.
Yeah, that was huge, JP, with 4 fouls. You know they're going to attack her and go right at her. And I would imagine they're going to do the same thing for Cipriano, only that she has 3, right? And but they're going to attack her, try and get her out of the game as well.
3:32 to go. A couple of key see-through construction free throws that could tie the game. This first one off the mark. But that reaction tells you how critical each one of these opportunities is going to be down the stretch.
Yeah, points are hard to come by, and they're free right here. That's why they're called free throws, and you got to capitalize on them.
Second one rattles home. Good recovery there by Nevaeh Faust. Freshman. It's heaven spelled backwards, Nevaeh. One of these two teams looking for a little basketball heaven when it comes to a championship moment to remember. 3:20 and downward. Cipriano still in the game, still making a difference with a key Paramount Kia of Asheville 3.
I love it. She runs down the court backwards, holding up the 3, JP, saying, I'm a sharpshooter in North Lincoln.
You know, we make that reference a moment ago. This can't match eternity, not even close, but a lifetime moment that these players, these communities, these coaches will remember something specially, and it's right there for the taking.
Absolutely, and not just the players, but the administrators. Oh, wow, and there is and one.
They're going to love this for the Stallions. Shania Paylor again, the senior, rises to the occasion. Who can forget her performance in this environment a year ago on this floor? And again, she stands tall when it matters most.
That's right, a 360 bank shot from the elbow. That's just how you draw it up in the sandline.
Here comes the and one, a see-through construction free throw that rattles down. 2:52 and downward it goes in a 50-49 contest now. Cipriano draws the foul, and she will go to the line. You know, we've reached the point now where Cipriano not having to worry quite as much.
Yeah.
The foul situation kind of alleviated. They lost Ashlyn Black to it, but when it comes to Cipriano and Smith, you know, the training wheels, if you want to call it that, the governors, if you want probably a better terminology, and we're talking about Knights and Stallions, maybe the bridle off now. You can really go all out the rest of the way for this 2:41, and these are key free throws.
Yeah, you can see her aggression picking up on both ends.
Knocks down this one. 2-point game, 51-49. 2:40 and downward it ticks. What a championship game this has been. Zip pass inside. La Chapelle, too strong, but she draws contact. The question, who's this on?
Oh, wow.
It is
11.
number 4 on Cipriano. We said you kind of begin to ramp it up a little bit.
Yeah.
This can be the result.
Yeah, and she looks, and she's kind of holding up her hands like, hey, what happened? It wasn't me, didn't touch her.
She thinks, I didn't even make contact with the basketball. Thought at first glance that was just kind of the too strong delivery off the glass, but a critical 4th foul called on Cipriano. And at this point, 2:31 to go, probably you just leave her out there and see what happens if you're Kristen Carr. Your best players on the floor, as many of them as you can have, with Black already having fouled out. La Chapelle, see-through construction free throw will go. Making 1 of 2, and it's a 1-point game again.
Yep, 2.5 to play, JP. It comes down to this. You see who wants the ball in her hands, Allie Smith. And she's looking to probe that offense. Oh, and
La
perfect block there.
Chapelle there to swat it away. Look who takes it to the hoop. Taylor with a bucket. Just like that, the Stallions are back out front with 2 and change to play.
Oh, wow. She steps in from the logo, and it is a 3. My goodness.
No worries for the sophomore, Lydia Cipriano, a Paramount Kia of Asheville 3, to reassert the Knights' advantage, and timeout is going to be taken by the Stallions. Still out there with those 4 fouls, and as timely a shot as you'll ever see from a sophomore right here.
You gotta love it, JP. She's on the F. She's at the logo. She takes a couple of dribbles to the left, and she drills the 3. Nice bucket.
You can see why Lydia Cipriano is such a key contributor for this squad and must stay on the floor for North Lincoln. She has put the Knights out front. You talk about the timing of that shot.
Yeah.
The old adage about ice in the veins on display.
She stepped right in, JP, and I believe she hit our first 3 of the game for North Lincoln, and probably don't think it's going to be the last one, but she stepped right into it.
You talk about layups and free throws, and you mentioned 3-pointers along the way. North Lincoln 8 made threes to just 2 for Southeast Alamance. North Lincoln 14 of 16 from the charity stripe. If it comes down to that, now that they hold the lead, and this team here for the first time ever representing Lincoln County, first time Lincoln County's been represented since the 1980s, we were told, coming into today. And they are poised to perhaps take the crown away from the reigning champions and hand the Stallions what would be their first loss of the year. A lot of basketball left first, though. And Nevaeh Faust, a little too strong. That rolled off of a Stallion, but it's saved by Paylor. And it's back in her hands now. 1:28 to play.
Yeah, you're going to go at Cipriano. Oh, and there's an offensive foul.
Offensive foul off the ball in the heart of the paint. And Birch back to her feet after she hit the deck, and that's a huge call to flip it the other way.
Oh, that is big, JP, because they had momentum going at them. And not sure that was, who was that on? Number 15, I believe.
Looked like McKeever, who was working through the lane, and the contact with Birch sending her to the deck, and just like that, 1:23 to play now. Walk us through the strategy. 2-point advantage and the basketball for the Knights.
Well, still for the Knights, JP, you're going to control the tempo. Right now you have the lead, right? I am going to take time. I'm going to make sure I have the best shot that I could possibly get right now. I'm going to probe and attack on the inside and look for Cipriano hitting the 3.
And for Southeast Alamance, as you look right into their huddle right now, what's the conversation
Got to
like?
be aggressive. Get the ball in Paylor's hands. Attack the paint. You have to attack the paint. And Fausta only has, I think she has 3 fouls with 1:23 to go. Throw that out the door. You have to be aggressive on the inside.
Well, and you think about the foul scenario, this is a North Lincoln team that has made 14 of 16 free throws in the contest. So if it comes to the point of fouling for the Stallions, that may be tough sledding with the way this team shoots free throws.
Yeah, because they've almost been perfect, JP, and it wasn't until the second half that they missed their first free throw. And for the Stallions, they're 10 of 17. That's 7 free points right now that will make the huge difference in this game.
Cipriano, the only one to miss a free throw, missed a couple in each of her trips to the line, has made a couple as well. And you know she can hit from the perimeter and distance. She just made that NBA 3 a little bit ago.
That's right. From the logo of Wake Forest.
1:23 to play. We got a Knights team looking for a first crown, trying to take it away from the reigning champion Stallions, who are trying to go perfect in 2025-2026. Here's Cipriano. Quickly ahead. Just off the glass by Grice. And a tie-up. Possession arrow is with the Stallions. Boy, with the lead, just over a minute to play, thought they had a bucket there to add to the total, and it was not to be.
Comes down to layups and free throws. And you know, your nerves get a little tight when it comes to the end game here, JP, and we're going to see who has the nerves of steel and ice water in their veins.
1 bucket separating them, 1 minute to play. Taken away, Allie Smith with it. Disrupted, back in her hands. This would be huge. And the junior guard knocks it home. The 3-time all-conference performer, Allie Smith, pushes the lead to 4.
Down to 40 seconds, JP, with a 4-point lead. You're going to have to force the issue right now if you're the Stallions.
Whirling dervish through the lane. It goes. And 1 coming for Rihanna Johnson. What a bucket for the sophomore.
Fouls on number 2, Reese Birch, but she was not to be denied. Averages 15 points a game, going right at them in the paint.
And that was a had-to-have-it moment for the unblemished Stallions. Unbeaten on the year at 29-0, but perfection in jeopardy. And the see-through construction free-through off the mark. 2-point game. Cipriano, half-minute to go. Out of her hands. Into the grasp of the Stallions. Paler. High off the glass, and we're tied with 20 seconds to play.
My, you gotta love it, JP. This is what these moments are made of. Somebody is gonna remember this for the rest of their lives and the big plays that they made. Great defense there by number 23, Rihanna Johnson, who is a 15-point average player, and she comes down right through the middle of the defense. Shania Paler making her presence felt and known in this championship game.
56 all. It was a very good year. And there are 19 seconds remaining, 19.7 to settle this one in Winston. What a championship contest this has been. Let's reset it for you. Southeast Alamance won the title on this floor a year ago. They rolled through this campaign 29-0. These young ladies on your screen right now, under the direction of Coach Amy Surratt, came into today looking for a perfect campaign. For North Lincoln's Knights, Kristen Carr's team, 8-21 on the year, rolling through all the powers, the 10 seed, the 7 seed, the 2 seed, the 3 seed, the 5 seed in the state tournament to get here, and they're trying for a first ever crown. And there's a look at the reigning coach of the year in Mid-Carolina, and you see her counterpart, Kristen Carr, trying to put together a memorable championship run and bring a first title back to the land of the Knights. 19 seconds.
Pressure defense right now. Got to get it across. 10 seconds. You got to cross the time marker. She's all the way to the bucket and missed it. But you see here that the big-time players step up in big-time opportunities and make big-time plays.
Contact, whistle, and Cipriano to the line. Lydia Cipriano, who hit the big 3 moments ago to put her team out front, will go to the charity stripe in an effort to forge the Knights out front again.
Whew.
You see both teams bonus, so anything that you get whistle-wise. The possession arrow is with the Knights, so should there be a tie-up, it would stay with North Lincoln if we reset with 9 seconds to play.
And you got 2 from the charity stripe. You got to hit these, and you have to get back on defense. You know that Paler is going to get that ball. Either it's going to be off the glass or it's going to be from the baseline, and she is going to press the issue. So you got to hit these 2 free throws right now. They've only missed 2 all night. You got to hit these 2 free throws, JP, and then get back on defense and force them into a ridiculously long shot.
Is it going to be a perfect season for the Stallions or a playoff run to remember for the Knights? Southeast Alamance and North Lincoln entertaining the fans here at Lawrence Joel Veterans Memorial Coliseum on this championship Saturday in the Old North State, right down to the wire.
It comes down to 9.4 seconds. 2 free throws and a possession to see if you can win the state championship.
As we said, 56 on the scoreboard both ways. It was a very good year. For which of these 2 teams will it be? A year to remember for a lifetime. Cipriano with the see-through construction free throws. Nothing but the twine for Lydia Cipriano.
Nothing to it. She steps right up and sinks it.
That gives the lead to the Knights of North Lincoln. Knocks them both through. On target, 9 seconds for the Stallions. Tapped away and out of bounds. Grice jumped the pass, and that might have been the ball game if she'd just been able to reel it in. What a job defensively for Addison Grice.
Yeah, great defense. And you see that she just ran through the passing lane, almost able to grab it. But they're going to try and keep the ball out of Taylor's hands because she is the playmaker.
6 seconds and timeout being called for. As Kristen Carr wants to give her team one final challenge about what they must do in order to make this lead stick. Walk us through the scenario with 6.1 to play.
Yeah, you got to be playing for overtime, JP. I mean, you know, you want to force the ball inside. You want to dribble drive if you can. Have the ball in Taylor's hands. If you got nothing there, you have your best three-point shooter standing on that line with your hands ready to take that shot.
Knights are going to break the huddle with 6.1 to go now. Knights are going to break the huddle, looking for a first championship in school history.
You think about what this championship is going to mean to the community, whoever wins it.
Stallions to inbound, 1 possession to preserve perfection.
Guess who's going to get this one? You're going to try and get it to Paler. Oh boy.
Tossed aside, gathered up by Allie Smith, and she slams the basketball down with time remaining. A whistle perhaps before that took place.
Wow.
I thought for a moment that she thought time had ran out.
Yeah, I think she did.
And slammed the basketball down, but simultaneously the foul was called because contact was there. Maybe she heard the whistle in all the chaos of the moment, because watch her reaction. Yep, she's fouled.
Oh, she's fouled,
and she knows it.
Bingo,
so
okay.
She heard the whistle, though nobody else in Lawrence Joel could. Right. And a trip to the line. You saw that uh-oh moment on her face, though,
Bingo.
Immediately after she turned loose of the basketball.
Oh, wow. That's
She's
huge.
trying to salt it away from the line. That will give the Stallions a chance now for a heave, as it can only be a 3-point lead. Here's the critical second see-through construction free throw. She got it. Lead is 3. 1 heave to preserve perfection.
And that's it.
North Lincoln's Knights, on an inaugural trip to the state championship environment, will unseat the champs on a memorable playoff run in which they welcomed all comers and became 5A women's basketball champions in North Carolina.
Fantastic. Congratulations to North Lincoln Knights. What this means for all the moms, the dads, the teachers, that whole community, the trainers, the assistant coaches, everybody in there that got these young ladies to this position. Congrats.
It's going to be an hour and 20-minute journey to remember, that 76 miles southwest between here and North Lincoln. Kristen Carr's squad, they led early. They withstood the challenge from the unbeaten Stallions. the defending champions at the intermission throughout the third, and they outscored them 18-15 in the fourth quarter for a 59-56 win. We'll be back with a trophy presentation, all the superlatives after a classic in Winston-Salem that sees the Knights of North Lincoln claim the crown. North Lincoln avenges the buzzer beater loss from earlier in the year, and they take down what had been a perfect season for Southeast Alamance, grabbing the crown away from the champs. And in just her second season, Coach Carr joins us now. She's still shaking a little bit, and with good reason, Coach. It's been quite a journey to get here.
Yes, it absolutely has. These girls have worked really hard, and you know, we had a little bit of a setback in February that we weren't even sure we were going to be allowed to play in the playoffs, and so, you know, that lit a fire under them, and just to prove that they deserve to be here and that they are the best team. It's been amazing.
Well, you proved it in this run through the tournament. At some point, you'll be able to step back and take a look at all the teams you rolled through to get here, and then the champions on this day in an absolute classic. It was a memorable run.
Coach, congratulations. And I have to ask you, what's been your message to your team throughout the entire year?
Throughout the year, I mean, these girls work day in and day out. They love basketball, and they love each other, and the chemistry that they play with is, you know, phenomenal. They believe in each other, and throughout this season, you know, we were rolling through teams and getting the wins that we needed, but when the going got tough, and it did, you know, there were a couple of emotional weeks, these girls pulled together and decided that they still wanted to stay on this journey, and they continue to work hard, and they've proven that they deserve to be here.
Well, congratulations. And what does this championship mean for your school and for your community?
This is the first girls basketball championship in 50 years in Lincoln County. So it's huge, and, you know, we're going to return most of our team. So we're hoping to continue the run and just build the program.
You took the words right out of our mouth. That was our next statement, is you've got so many young players who are going to be back that this may be the beginning of things to come.
We hope it certainly is the
Congratulations,
beginning.
Coach.
Thank you so much.
What a tremendous run through the state tournament, and a classic here today that her team wins 59-56.
Perfect.
We'll let you go, Coach. You've got
you so
plenty of work to do and gathering up trophies and banners and everything to take back home.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Congrats.
And that is Coach Kristen Carr, who leads her team to a title. And you could hear in her voice and certainly see in her demeanor just how much this meant personally to these girls, to that community. With everything that transpired this year, somehow they hung together, stayed focused, and turned it into a championship campaign.
Yeah, you talk about facing adversity, and she said they faced some adversity in February, and JP, it just speaks to the character of that community. It speaks to the character of the coaches, the teachers, the athletic trainers, the moms and dads that carried them to and from practice starting back over the summer. All the hard work, it pays off right here.
Well, for our Akeem and Ostapulo play of the game, we're going to show you a couple plays. They have something in common. They're both 3 balls. They're both from Cipriano. The late one, the difference maker in many ways in this contest. And she did good work at the line when it mattered most, and that's our Akeem and Ostapulo play of the game. Injured, don't scream. Call Akeem. Dial 800 all 7s. That's the play of the game. Cipriano. Remember, she weathered that foul trouble early, hung around, and made the key buckets late for this squad. And our player of the game, well, we're going to turn to her teammate who steadied this squad throughout, Allie Smith, the 3-time all-conference performer. It was the junior who led them, and Allie Smith is our selection for the Riddle and Riddle player of the game.
Yeah, she imposed her will on both sides of the ball, JP. Offensively and defensively, she's orchestrating the offense. She's making sure that folks are in the right position. She's dishing out assists. So congratulations to Allie Smith, who is our player to watch.
You talk about dishing out assists. Do you know how many? 7 of them. 16 points, 7 assists, also had a couple of blocks and stole the basketball away 5 times, not to mention pulled down 7 boards. That's quite a state championship moment. 31 points, or excuse me, 31 points between the two of them, Cipriano and Smith, 31 of the 59 that it took to get the job done. Well, awards being handed out as we speak. You saw Southeast Alamance, who put together quite a year, receive their medals, and now it's time for everybody on this roster to be congratulated. Addison Grice, you're going to see Reese Birch come out. To give you the rest of this roster, Allie Smith, who you just saw, Lydia Cipriano, number 11, Ashlyn Black, number 23, who did some good work before she departed. Lorelei Turbeville wears jersey number 4. Maddie Black is number 10. Anna Holder, number 13. Adeline King, number 14, one of the sophomores. Lauren Dexter, number 20. Madison Dexter, the twins, wearing jersey number 24. You're going to see all those contributors come out and receive these medals, E.
And you know, Coach Carr talked about this. There's one senior on this team. And so she didn't say it, but we could all feel it. She expects to be back here next year.
One senior on this team and not in that starting unit that we're talking about that is full of underclassmen who will be back to make their mark. Got to give plenty of credit to this coaching staff as well. You'll see them honored. The assistant, Tim Chandler. Of course, all those part of the traveling party. Abigail Church, the manager, the trainer, Addie McGinnis, Brad Burnett, who handles the stats, everybody that Kristen Carr has placed around her and her team in this critical year. It's a joint effort, and congratulations to the principal, Josh Van Esseltine, and the AD, Dennis Fry. It's an entire administrative, community, coaching staff effort when you pull off one of these.
It takes a village, right? And they will absolutely remember these times for the rest of their lives, and the stories will continue to get bigger, and the arena, everything that they remember, the bus ride, the meals, the conversations, the situations on the bench in the stands. They're going to remember this for the rest of their lives.
Well, and in a game like this, you don't have to make too many stories up.
That's
I mean,
right.
it was all there. This was an absolute classic. Remember, we were tied at the 5:40 mark at 45. We were tied at 56 with 20 seconds to play, and they end up with a 59-56 win, and here's the moment for Kristen Carr as she comes to receive her accolades, and that trophy is about to be handed to the North Lincoln Knights. She said a half a century the last time there was a girls basketball championship to celebrate in her county, and the very first time that North Lincoln has been able to get this done on this stage. Just remarkable. They got a banner to hang, a trophy to take back and put in that trophy case. The Knights of North Lincoln are your champions in 5A on the women's side in 2026. And you know, Eric, we talked about it a little bit a moment ago, but they lost on a buzzer beater.
That's right.
Earlier in the year to this very Stallion squad that went unblemished. And she said, when we were off air, you know, I had visions of that in my mind when they had the basketball at the end. Now, we were up 3, you know, but I had visions of what they had done in that prior game. This time, her team stands tall when it matters most and claims the crown.
It certainly did, and she talked about that, and you can almost get night sweats when you think about it, because it's like not again. But her team stepped up, and those young ladies answered the call.
2 individuals, one from each side, that will receive an award for the good work they have done today. Of course, we should mention Madeline Grubb pregame receiving an award as a sportsmanship on one side, and it was Allie Smith receiving that sportsmanship award along with her good work on the North Lincoln side. And these standout performers going to be who you would expect. Shania Paylor going to be recognized, the senior, 1,000 points in her career, 500 plus assists in her career. 4 times she was selected all conference, and she's got another plaque to go with it from her work here today.
Yeah, good job. She scored 23 points today and had 8 rebounds. Hats off to Shania Paylor.
Allie Smith going to be selected as the outstanding performer on the North Lincoln Knights side of things. The junior ended the day with 16 points. We told you, 7 assists, 2 blocks, 5 steals, pulled down 7 boards. What did she not do for this team along the way? The junior. And I think you probably know who the MVP is going to be. The time she was on the floor, she made it count. And certainly her work down the stretch in those closing moments. From beyond the arc and at the free throw line, we'll have Lydia Cipriano work her way to center court to receive the MVP award.
Well deserved, well earned. She hit some big time 3-pointers, stepped up and just nailed some great free throws. So congratulations to Ms. Cipriano.
And again, that duo with 31 of the points for this squad today, not to mention all the good work on the boards and in disruption of a tremendous Stallions team. All right, let's put the finishing touches on this contest. First for the Stallions, a tremendous year. It ends with a little bit of heartbreak, but it was quite a run for the Stallions. A championship a year ago and a perfect regular season and through the tournament until this point.
Yeah, hats off to them, to the administrators, to the teachers, the parents that put the work in as well. A lot of times we don't see what goes on behind the scenes, but parents and the community does. And so they did a great job. You know, you hate to get that one loss at the end of the year, but congrats to them.
And this is the team that handed it to them, that single loss. This is the team that stands supreme above all others. Take a look at that lifetime snapshot. The one finger in the air, it means we're champions in 2026. That's a celebration for the North Lincoln Knights. Boy, that's an image that'll last for generations in that community. All right, let's look at the final numbers brought to you by Arthritis Knee Pain Centers. Arthritis Knee Pain Centers, relief without surgery or opioids. You were tracking the free throws. You're tracking the overall number of 59, and those are the final numbers for the day.
That's exactly right. That's the number that matters the most, that final score. Congrats to the North Lincoln Knights as they get back home and celebrate this victory.
Points in the paint, brought to you by Ready to Roll Garage Doors, Raleigh's garage door experts. The Ready to Roll points in the paint, 36-16 in the Southeast Alamance direction. But you know that perimeter shooting and that free throw shooting made the difference in the end for this squad. Your final thoughts on what we witnessed in this 5A title game?
We started this championship Saturday off with a bang. This was a great game played by 2 awesome teams. They did a fantastic job, great communities, and they have nothing to hang their head about being Alamance. They played an outstanding game, 29-1 on the season, and North Lincoln takes home the trophy, the Cinderella of the tournament.
That's why we play on championship Saturdays like this. Big thank you to all of our sponsors, Riddle & Riddle Injury Lawyers, Air Experts Heating and Cooling, Tatum & Atkinson, See-Through Construction, Ready to Roll Garage Doors, Arthritis Knee Pain Centers, Akeem and Astapulo Law Firm, Paramount Auto, Tip Top Roofing, Original Grills, and Ingalls Markets. This is, in fact, the big time. North Lincoln Knights were big time, rolling through the playoffs. They took down the 10, the 7, the 2, the 3, the 5, and on this day, the reigning champions who were previously perfect. 59-56 the final. As a championships going back to the land of the Knights, North Lincoln claims the crown in North Carolina. Winston-Salem, North Carolina, site of Championship Sunday in the Old North State. We welcome you back to Lawrence Joel Veterans Memorial Coliseum, where Fike and Hunter Huss set to do battle. You see two 20-plus win clubs ready for a shot at a state championship. With that, we welcome you in alongside my broadcast partner, Eric Gash, Jason Patterson. A pleasure to be with you. Thank you for joining us on Championship Saturday for North Carolina high schools and beyond in many ways. Championships last a lifetime. We just saw how classic these games can be, and now we got two teams already showing some energy in the building a moment ago.
No place I'd rather be. Championship Saturday right now with Husk and Fike. We are set for an epic battle here in this 5A men's championship game.
Yeah, right around the corner is the basketball. First, let's look at some of the individuals we're keeping an eye on, and then the keys to the game. Who do you highlight initially here as our players to rely on, brought to you by Riddle and Riddle?
Well, you look at DeQuavis Green. This young man averages a double-double per game, 16 points, 12 rebounds. He had 20 points in the championship game, so we look for big things out of this man. 6'10" he stands.
Say it again.
He stands at 6 feet, 10 inches.
You're going to know it when you see him on the floor. His counterpart, the guy we're highlighting on the other side for the Huskies, is Jaleel Smith.
Yeah, Jaleel Smith, 30 points a game, 7 rebounds. He hits the boards as well. This young man is just a sophomore, so we expect some big things out of him, not only today, but in the next couple of years to come.
Again, those are our Riddle and Riddle players to rely upon. Now let's turn our attention to the Ingles food for thought. These stand as your keys to the contest.
Fike, you're going to have to control the paint and limit the second chance points. That means you're going to hit the glass hard, control the basketball. And for Husk, you got to push the pace and ramp up that defensive pressure.
Only room for one atop the 5A classification on the men's side in the state of North Carolina. You'll find out which one, as we got Fike and Huss coming up next for a state championship.
The broadcast stream of these championship games is brought to you by Tip Top Roofing, Faith Family Roofing.
Gastonia, North Carolina out of the west, colliding with Wilson, North Carolina out of the east. It is the Golden Demons and the Huskies moments away from doing battle. The teams have been announced. There are some awards being handed out for sportsmanship across the course of the season. You like to see what these young men are involved in off the floor, and we turn our attention to the court now, and the starting lineups brought to you by Tatum and Atkinson. Going to be Lofton, Green, Blanchard, Finch, Taylor, for the Golden Demons.
Yeah, I'm expecting some big things out of Lofton, number one. He scored 40 points in the championship game, so this young man can put the ball through the basket. So we're looking to get some big production out of him today.
Yeah, the combo of he and Green, who you talked about a little bit ago, something special, that's for sure. And if the name sounds familiar, it should. There is Roland Lofton, the head coach of this Fike squad, getting ready to lead his team to the charge.
Yeah, here we are in the biggest game of his career right now, playing in the state championship. You know that they're dialed in and ready to roll.
Now Huss gathering up just in front of their bench, going to be led to the charge by Lockhart, Anderson, Smith, McCoy, and Phillips. That's the starting five, brought to you by Tatum and Atkinson when you look at the Huskies.
Yeah, this is the supporting cast. You look at number 55, Z. Phillips. He averages 16 points a game. And in games like this, the supporting cast really has to step up because a lot of the pressure is on the leaders and the players that we highlighted there. These young men are going to have to step up and make their presence felt here today.
Of course, Hunter Huss under the direction of Coach Phillips. Coach Phillips gathering everybody up for one more piece of conversation before it becomes time to tip it off in the 5A men's title game. So that's an introduction to the Fike Golden Demons, 23-5 coming in. The Hunter Huss Huskies, 25-2 coming in. We want you to know how much we appreciate you joining us on Championship Saturday from the home of the Wake Forest Demon Deacons, Lawrence Joel Veterans Memorial Coliseum, the site of all 16 games of the 2026. And you're talking about 2025, 2026 athletic years. We've said a few times, 2026 Madness of March championship games in the state of North Carolina. Well, there's the whistle. They're calling for him to take the floor, and we have that long-awaited moment in which the final game of the 5A season is before us.
Yeah, it's about to get rolling, JP. We had some little bit of fireworks before. I think it's just the intensity of the game. These young men are looking to get after it and ready to do so, and so here we go.
Their fans have filled the building, and now the ball is in the air. We are underway in the 5A title game, and the first possession going to belong to the Golden Demons of Fike. Again, out of Wilson, North Carolina. They made the journey of right at 150 miles. Takes about 2.5 hours, and guess what? It's been a journey much longer than that. And here's the big man going to the deck right away. You see Green, and the whistle is going to work him to the charity stripe. Here's another look at it.
Well, you can expect a lot of that. I suspect that the game plan for Fike is going to be to get it into the big fella in the middle, Mr. Green.
It's worked to this point. He fills up your screen, that much is sure. And he has the first of the Tatum and Atkinson free throws in this contest. And a little bit of extra willing that one down, right? He walked on forward and kept the arm in the air, and it all worked out. He lays this home for the first point of the basketball game, trying to make it 2 for 2 on the early free throws.
Go.
Good for both. Had a quick whistle right away. Gives us a chance to tell you Carter Pounders, Anthony Freeman, Sam Galloway, our officials in this one. We have a standby official, Samuel Smith, if needed. Well, what's not needed is time to warm up in this one. Both teams with a bucket on one end, 2 points on the other from the free throw line. Everybody fine as we have points right out of the gate.
Up-tempo basketball. Husk wants to run as fast as they can up and down the court.
Another foul. This time it's going to be Taylor shooting three. Tyleek Taylor set to go to the line, where two have already been dropped home of the Tatum and Atkinson free throw variety for the Golden Demons. Taylor, one of the freshmen on this roster. And the freshman guard. Back of the iron, and it bounces out on him.
Yeah, he averages 10 points a game, JP, and we want to see how, what impact he's going to have on the game. You know, freshmen, sometimes this can be a big moment for them, but I'm sure that this young man has played in some big moments before, and he's stepping up to the challenge.
Rattles the second of three down. Remember, he was shooting from beyond the arc, so he'll get one more. Tatum and Atkinson free throw. 4 free throws made on this end. The Zy Phillips jumper on the other end. And it's a 4-2 start. Here come the Huskies in the direction of Jaleel Smith. Smith puts it on the floor, and he'll be fouled going to the hoop. Our officials out of the Western North Carolina Officials Association. And Eric, before we see a chance at the line for Smith, a little personal connection on the officials front today.
Yeah, when I first started coaching many, many years ago, these were some of the officials there. Anthony, yeah, I know him well, Sam. You know, they do a good job, and that's why they're here, right? They're at the top of their craft, and kudos and congrats to them.
Yeah, it is an honor when you are selected to work one of these state championship games. We always like to make sure we take a moment, tip our cap to a great season. These games can't happen without the officials,
exactly.
And those who are willing to do that difficult work, we have much appreciation for. All right, 4 apiece, just inside 7 minutes to play, just wading into this one. Here's a little floater, and he gets the roll. Nicely done by bringing that one home.
I love seeing the battle in the middle, JP, with the big men. They're going to go at it all night.
Quick the other way, and here's a foul. And we're going to watch how many are accumulated by Green along the way. We'll see who this goes against as there's a whistle underneath. Take another look at the contact.
Yeah, they're going in, and there's oh, it looks like that's going to be on, oh, couldn't see right there. It might be on Green, I'm not sure, but you can be rest assured they're going to go at him all night. Try and get him into foul trouble, because we saw in the previous game, in the girls' game, when you get in foul trouble, you have to be on the bench, and that's where you want the big fella.
Well, I'm with you. I was blocked off as well. And if Green's got his back turned to you this direction, you're going to have that from time to time,
That's right.
So we'll see, waiting for it to go into the scorebook officially, is exactly who that foul was on. But the first of the free throws knocked down. The Tatum and Atkinson free throw is good. And McCoy looking for another. He won't have it. And it is off into the hands of Taylor. Taken right back away. Following his own shot, Jaleel Smith looking really sharp.
I love it. Young man's a sophomore, and it's interesting at the beginning of these games, within the first couple of minutes, you got to be able to control your breathing, just that adrenaline that's pumping through your veins right now, and he's doing a great job of doing that.
Going to be hard to control much of anything with this pace. There's Lofton with a bucket on the other end. He comes away with the rebound here, and a foul on the floor before Demetrius McCoy can put it back up for Hunter Huss. Bucket for Lofton, bucket for Taylor, bucket for Green on one side. Here's the good work on this end for Hunter Huss just a moment ago.
Yeah, I love the pace. Huss is trying to up the pace. They average 77 points per game, JP, and so they want to push the pace on this fight defense.
Smith, Phillips already involved. Anderson tried one, won't work. Stop at the top of the key, and that's just short off the front of the iron. Weaving through off the baseline. Right back his direction, but won't go in the paint for Bowser.
Mike is getting a lot of looks at the second chance points.
Phillips looked ahead. He found Jaleel Smith. He found a Paramount Auto 3.
Letting everybody know in the house I'm here to stay. Mr. Jaleel Smith, I love it. 30 points a game, and there's 3 of them.
Just gave his team the lead with that shot, the sharpshooter. Got Green working through. And a blocking foul is called. So that's going to go against Hunter Huss, and it looked like it was on Anderson.
You talk about being brave, JP stepping in and take a charge from a 6'10 fella. He did it. Stood in there and got his feet. Almost got his feet set, but it's going to be a block. Block on Anderson.
Yeah, it was on Anderson, as we mentioned. By the way, cleaning that up on the other end from a bit ago, Finch was whistled for the foul on the other end of the floor when we were blocked off a bit. That now updating in the stat program. So if you're keeping track, just the first on Anderson there on the Huss side of things, but a couple picked up by Finch already, so keep that in mind for the Golden Demons. And there's the initial of the Tatum and Atkinson free throws. Falling through for Green. He's making a habit of this already, and if he can get to the line regular today, early and often, would be a big factor for the Golden Demons. Here's a 3, won't go. Guess who's there? Green jams it back home.
Hey, big fella. I was waiting on that. The 6'10 fella rattling the rim, JP. I love it.
Whole building was waiting on it.
as he stands on the other end, said, yeah, I'm here. We look at the big fella catching it off the rim. He makes some space, and he goes up not to be denied. I love it.
Talk about bringing Lawrence Joel Veterans Memorial Coliseum to life. Sound like a college basketball Saturday with that
Yeah, I
slam.
love it. Here we go, JP. Here we go.
11-9 the advantage that the Golden Demons hold with force. Going to be Hunter Huss basketball. Blanchard to inbound, or excuse me, check that. Going to be Jalil Smith to inbound. Hunter Huss does have the basketball. Now, the first real introduction to the rest of the building by DeQuavius Green a moment ago. Nice pick set up top by McCoy. Creates some space.
Yeah. JP, you can feel the intensity in the room. You see a battle going on down on the block with the big men, and they are letting them play.
After Phillips' three on one end, a whistle as Lofton was moving toward the bucket on the other. You know, we call the name Lofton over and over again. The Lofton brothers prominent in this group. And he will go to the line. Here's another look at Phillips.
You love the intensity, JP. He steps up. Everybody's talking. The fans are talking. The players are talking to the fans. They're talking to each other. We're in for a great game today.
That was a good-looking Paramount Auto three-pointer. And now back to the Tatum and Atkinson free throw line, where Lofton is good for it. The junior, as Roland Lofton looks on. Second Tatum and Atkinson free throw coming your way. Tie game. A lot of action both directions. As we often say, from without and from within.
That's right.
In this one thus far. Under 5 to go in the opening stanza. Smith calling for a little help. He'll stop and fire away. Green with the rebound. Boy, in one motion he gets it to his teammate. Lofton for three. Green looked to have the rebound, but it's away to Smith.
Oh, wow, that's a big three.
Tried it from this side. He had just connected from the other side. That one not so kind. Look who's out front. And one coming. And Phillips just kept running right on up the tunnel.
That's right.
Might not be a bad idea with the way Green performs on this one.
It's hard to stop the big man when he's got a head of steam going, but playing through the contact, still able to put it up in the bucket. Big fella rumble.
He's living at the charity stripe right now. This is a third opportunity to go to the free throw line in the game already for DeQuavius Green. Big East Conference Player of the Year. I think you know why. Guy, as you said, who averages a double-double each time out.
Working on that same thing again today, JP.
Went for the putback in the lane, but it wouldn't go for Taylor. The lead three. Drew out of Gastonia, slowing things up just a little bit. Smith weaves through. And a nice toss underneath. The finish just as true.
That was a nice drive by Smith there, and he's a facilitator as well. Nice assist.
Gets it to McCoy, who had the finish. In the lane, just a little short for Taylor. The big man's there to lay it home.
Yeah. 6'10", he's making his presence felt. I mean, and he's taking up all the space in the paint. He's battling hard, JP.
Well, and you can make some comparisons to some of the paint dwellers over the years who've done tremendous work in this sport, because the thickness he provides a factor. Out front, and Bowser with a bucket to push it to 19-14, the first real surge we've had here on either side, and it belongs to Fike. Timeout is on the floor. We will take it as well. 3 and change to go in the opening period. And if the opening stanza is any indication, going to be quite an afternoon at Lawrence Joel. Our broadcast presented by Riddle & Riddle continues in a moment. Original Grill's fan cam giving you a sense of those who have made the trip for the 5A state championship game. Elevate your grill game. You can do so with Original Grills. And some of the youngest fans enjoying today's environment, whether they made the trip from Gastonia or over in Wilson. Just what they bargained for. Welcome back to the track meet. I mean, it is the 5A basketball championship game. Up and down the floor in this one thus far, just as you would expect. Tie up, possession arrow of the alternating variety. We'll keep it on this end of the floor.
Oh, I love the intensity, man. Every possession is a fight. Every single possession is intense as it can be. These young man boys, they really, really feel it. Really want this championship.
Somebody's got to tell them it's the first quarter.
Right.
That's where it starts, though. And another bucket as they trade them. That cuts it to 3. As Hunter Huss goes into a defensive posture. Green tried to pull that out of the sky. That's going to be a jump ball. Keeps it right where it is as the possession arrow had alternated over to Fike. Coming from the baseline.
Over here, Blue.
They posted 16th point there. And we get an offensive call underneath, away from the basketball, and that'll flip it the other direction.
Oh, boy. Every single possession, JP. I mean, look, wow, the battle in the big man, they're trying to get him in foul trouble. They're pesking him every single play and, trying to frustrate him a little bit. I'm sure he's had that a time or two, but it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out coming down to the end game with the foul.
Isn't that part of the strategy?
Yeah.
When it comes right down to it. Picks up his first right there. We'll keep track of them. Here's a 3 that won't go. Smith the rebound. Creates some separation. Drops one home. Jalil Smith for Huss.
And sitting right behind us is the fan section for Huss that he acknowledges every single time he hits a basket.
Well, think about Smith already with 9 points in the basketball game. Well, he's a third of the way there with that bucket. Is Blanchard involved with a three-pointer? And they're trading Paramount Auto three-pointers now. One on the other end for Anderson.
My goodness. Oh, trying to throw oop to the big man.
Did we say welcome back to the track meet?
They're letting them play up and down we go.
Off and running. Anderson a no-look pass. And pullback will happen. Here's a 3 from the corner. That's off the mark as well. Front to Bowser. There's another corner 3. That one true for Tyleek Taylor, the freshman. Yet another Paramount Auto 3.
My, JP. I love the pace. I love the intensity. They're pushing.
25-21 with just under a minute to play in the first. How about the control of the body to keep that alive? Back to Smith. Moments like that, you see the length of Green, and they battle for it.
Wow.
As a whistle puts a halt to this scramble.
You talk about up-tempo, man. These kids want it. Each one of them want it, and they're going at it.
That was a foul on Obi Lockhart. Now, that's going to be a second personal picked up by Lockhart already. So the foul's starting to mount a little bit on given sides, particularly when you've picked up a couple in the first quarter individually. Yeah,
and everybody's lobbying the refs, from both sides. The coaches, the benches, the players on the floor, everybody's talking to the refs and trying to plead their case. But they're going to have to play through, the physical nature of the game and the pace of the game as well.
Tyleek Taylor for the Tatum and Atkinson free throws. His first is off the front of the rim. Tatum and Atkinson Injured, call the heavy hitters, Sid Tatum and Atkinson. Substitutions coming. 25 Pless into the contest, 22 Griggs Jr. into the contest for Huss, respectively. Also, some time on the floor for number 11, Falls.
Every possession is a battle. Every possession is a struggle. I love it.
Wholesale changes for Huss. A lot of fresh faces and fresh legs toward the end of the quarter. Stopped by Lofton. Doesn't have numbers, but he's got skills. And Jameer Lofton lays it home. Just ahead of the horn. The three won't go, so it holds at 28-21. The Golden Demons surge down the stretch in the first.
Yeah, they are going at it, JB. And let me tell you something. We are in for a showdown this day.
Separation 7 after 1. Our broadcast brought to you by Riddle & Riddle continues with the second quarter after the break. Take a moment to take in the numbers in what has been a fast-paced first quarter. The Arthritis and Knee Pain Center stats look like this. Relief without surgery or opioids. That's Arthritis Knee Pain Center. What jumps out to you?
Yeah, I'm looking at the free throws right now, JP. You know, Fike has shot 12 free throws, or 8 of 12, and it's almost like it's the hack-a-shack philosophy, it seems. You know, go at Green and just be as physical as you can with him and throw as many bodies as you can and make him beat you from the free throw line.
You also saw the ready-to-roll Garage Doors points in the paint there. Raleigh's Garage Door experts. Call them today, Ready to Roll, tracking our points in the paint in this one. Yeah, Green has shot nearly half those free throws you're talking about. That's the work he's done today. He tried to swat at this, won't happen, and Huss has it. With 7:44 to go, freshly underway in the second, and high off the glass it goes for Jaleel Smith. He's been an impressive player already.
He certainly has, and as a sophomore, this young man is fearless. He went right at the 6'10", Green. He went right into his chest.
He's the first to double figures in the game. He has 11. Boards clean this time by Pless.
Yeah, Fike is looks like they're in a zone to help protect the big man in the middle.
Smith doesn't mind, although his shot this time is just a little short. Laid home. That was Tyleek Neal, the senior, who received the pass and appeared to secure the bucket. And a substitution coming for Fike as well. Lofton's going to come off. And into the personnel grouping, Cordell Bowser. Bowser eating up some minutes here, the junior, in this first half for the Golden Demons. The lead 7 for the Golden Demons. Smith zips a pass inside. How about this feed? Boy, everything except the finish on that
Everything
possession.
except the finish, JP. And you know, Fike is settled to say, hey, man, we're going to send in the zone. You're going to have to beat us from the outside because we believe we can get you on the inside.
Blanchard tried a 3. It rimmed off. With 6:28 to play in the half.
Yeah, and Fike, I believe, sorry, JP, I think Fike will be content to slow the game down a little bit. You know, let's pound it in the middle, get the boards, get those second chance possessions, and limit Huss possession.
Well, you read my mind. I was just about to ask you what the mindset is on each side based upon what you've seen in this first half. It's a good assessment of where things sit. Green, one hand palm of the rebound, and then he goes up with it and will earn another trip to the charity stripe. You know, he just reached that one paw up there and snatched that out of the sky.
Big old paws, big old feet. Look at him. Yep, just grabbed it, turned, and was going to it and tried to play through that contact. And it's funny, when he was on the ground and his foot was sticking up in the air, he was almost as tall as one of the refs, JP. He was a big old foot. And I got a big foot, but this young man here has a big one.
Well, the all-conference performance. That's high praise coming from my broadcast partner here, who ate up some space as a linebacker for the North Carolina Tar Heels. I mean, he's got that kind of size and then some, right?
Indeed he does. Put that big man in the middle and let him run.
6:14 on the game clock as it is stopped for another see-through construction free throw. Lofts that one up a little too deep. Rebound away to Anderson. Long pass across the court. Boy, nice feed. And right in the heart of that defense, Griggs Jr. drops a bucket home.
Yeah, if they can hit that mid-range, you know, it looked like Green was a little too far under the rim right there, but if they could continue to hit that mid-range and attack that zone, they'll be doing just fine.
Well, and that feed, that assist on that last bucket, something of beauty. Looking ahead to Smith. Draws contact. That's going to be a 2-shot foul as see-through construction free throw line is about to be in effect. Take a look at this. Some of the fans didn't see it just that way.
Yeah, didn't see it. It looked like he leaned into him. But hey, half the crowd is going to love it, half the crowd is going to hate it, no matter what the call is, JP.
Well, and you're going to hear their reaction because they're showing the replays on the video board here at Lawrence Joel. Fans get a chance to take another glance at it, let their thoughts be communicated. First one falls for Smith. The reminder, we'll have the Air Experts Heating and Cooling Halftime Report coming your way at the intermission. You'll hear from Q Tucker, Commissioner of the North Carolina High School Athletic Association. We'll have highlights, stats, a whole lot more coming your way. That is the Air Experts Heating and Cooling Halftime Report. You're just laughing.
I'm laughing because, you know, we get to see things and hear things from our vantage point. As Green ran by Smith, he whispered something to him, and got a little smile from Smith. Would love to know what he said.
Whatever he said worked out on this possession. There's Blanchard again. This time, Kia of Asheville 3. Put back beautifully by Anderson.
Yeah, good block by the big fella, but you know, Anderson got it back and made him pay for it.
Anderson with 5. Number 5, Smith with 12. The only other player on the floor with a bucket right now is Griggs Jr. for Huss. And fans wanting a traveling call here. Instead, see the call go the other way. But, you know, that's both ends of the floor that the fans are letting their thoughts be known, and that's how hotly contested this is. The legs get tangled up pretty good here.
They certainly do. And, yeah, they let it play.
Going to be an inbound underneath. And that's lost out of bounds. Going to belong to Hunter Huss. Inside 5 minutes in the opening half of action. Smith directing a little traffic. His team now down his jersey number, down just 5.
Yeah, and Fike is going to make them beat them from the three-point line, JP.
You're saying those outside shots have got to fall.
They're going to have to start falling because, you know, Fike is just packing it in, you know, keeping Green in the middle at 6'10", hands up and just grabbing everything coming off of the rim and protecting it as they come in. And they're okay with playing at this pace.
Both teams with 3 trays apiece to this point, as we've had 6 total Paramount Kia of Asheville threes. Officials staying alert there.
Yeah.
Just able to play a little dodgeball. They're scrambling for it. They're going to call a tie-up, and it'll go the other way. Alternating possession arrow is with Fike.
Oh, wow. Boy, it was a scrum. I mean, they're going at it, you know, and they're letting him play. He keeps the dribble, and, you know, the ball is it's like a greased pig trying to grab it down there, JP.
All this, and there's still 4:05 left to go in the half. What an entertaining Saturday this has already been, with championships handed down throughout the course. 4 of them, to be specific, throughout the course of this Saturday in North Carolina. Going underneath the green, that's a little too strong. It'll be Hunter Huss basketball. Timeout on the floor with 3:50 to play in the half. Catch your breath and hurry back. Much more coming your way between the Golden Demons and the Huskies. Our broadcast presented by Riddle & Riddle continues after these messages from our sponsors. You'll want to stick around at the conclusion of this afternoon's contest. We'll have the Akeem Anastapoulo play of the game. Don't scream, call Akeem, 800-all-sevens. We'll also select the Riddle & Riddle player of the game with Justice Couch, Riddle & Riddle, sponsors of our broadcast throughout the course of this championship week in North Carolina, as well as our player of the game selections. Well, 5-point game. Under 4 minutes to play in the half.
Yeah, the team that's going to, you know, win this game is going to be the one that, you know, runs their game plan, maintains their composure, and executes on their game plan.
He certainly executed today. How about rising tall above? Already in double figures, Smith adds to his total, giving 14.
Yeah, if that young man gets going, Fight could be in trouble. Not if they keep doing that, though.
Answer on the other end of the floor in the form of a Paramount Kia of Asheville 3. By the way, you want to find out a little more about Paramount Kia, ParamountAuto.com. You're going to need to. The threes keep on coming. There's one for Huss from Griggs Jr.
I love the expressions. I love the emotions of the game, and these young men are just every point, every possession, they're giving it their all.
That one stripped away. The follow, absolutely true. There's a bucket for Falls, his first of the contest. Into the hands of Griggs Jr. stopping and posting up for the three. Won't happen. Try one from the corner. Just off the mark. Boy, talk about a perfect place to grab a rebound. Back-to-back buckets for Falls, and Huss surges back out front. 37-36.
Falls is feeling it, baby. Look at him. This young man is fired up. He is excited, and he's saying, look here, mama, I'm going to get mine today. Love it. And there we go, just off the rebound there. He gets that little mid-range. And once again, if they can hit these mid-ranges and stay out from under that basket, they're going to have a good chance of winning this game.
Hard for Mr. Green to contest a shot like that,
yes,
certainly
right.
when it's in your hands that quickly. And it is 37-36 in favor of the Crew out of Gastonia, North Carolina. Huss has surged out front with that last spurt.
And you can feel the intensity of the fans in this place, JP. All around, it's electric. It's rocking in this place from both of these high schools. The cheerleaders are rocking. The fans, mamas and daddies are rocking. And let me tell you something, the excitement is palpable in this place.
Don't you love it when they bring the pep band with them?
Yeah.
Just adds that extra bit of pageantry to a state championship moment. This has everything you would want. Just like our first game earlier today, and the majority of these games have been across the course of championship week, a hotly contested affair between the Golden Demons and the Huskies. 2:17 left in the first half. How do you approach these final 2:17?
Yeah, you know, Fike is playing their game. They're slowing it down. You know, I'm looking here on defense and their face guard in green. They're playing maybe a jump defense. And just they'll have somebody specifically designed to make his life miserable and keeping him out of the paint. But you keep doing that, and life will be good for you if you fight.
Yeah, nobody to keep this guy out of the paint. How about that job? Blanchard able to drive to the hoop. On the other end, who else but Jaleel Smith with the answer?
Great body control, and Fike is already down the other end. Great defense by Mr. Falls there, who hit the big elbow shot and is getting back on defense. Look at the intensity at him. I love it.
He brings plenty of energy to the floor. Take a look at Falls.
He certainly does. He hustles back, gets a block. He'll remember that for the rest of his life. Only the story may be that he put the ball in the third row.
Falls with offensive and defensive contributions, and the lead still at a single point with 1:45 to play in the half. They are on their feet behind that Huss bench after that defensive stand, and it stays with Fike. Not for long. Out front. Slowing it up and laying it home is Smith.
Making sure he gets the deuce. That was a good layup there. This young man.
18 points for Jaleel Smith.
Already 18.
We are in the first half, right?
Yes, we are so far.
Green underneath, and he's fouled. Well, just a little for good measure. Play had already stopped. Now, I'm not sure that DeQuavis Green understood that play wasn't going on. He never throttled back in that sequence.
That's right. He kept it going because, you know, he's used to playing through contact all the time, JP. Maybe he didn't hear the whistle, you know, with all the fanfare going on.
Well, you saw his reaction as if to say, wasn't there a foul there? He kept playing, he jammed it home, and somebody had to tell him, big fella, you're going to the line, where he is effective on the first of these see-through construction free throws. See-through construction, your construction contractor of choice on the OBX.
I love it.
They'll make the first, and the takeaway for Huss. A reminder, Air Experts Heating and Cooling halftime report coming your way soon. Gonna have stats, highlights, message from Q Tucker, the commissioner of the North Carolina High School Athletic Association, a whole lot more. That's the Air Experts halftime report. Foul whistled on Blanchard. That's his second. You know, Blanchard has 8 points in the game already, wearing jersey number 34 for Fike, and picks up his second foul here. He's been quite a contributor for this squad already.
He certainly has, JP. I'm smiling and giggling to myself because, you know, Green and 34, they've got a little conversation going on, and Green's like, yeah, he can't guard me. And he's talking to the stands, he's talking to the players, and apparently he can guard him, but I love it. I love the intensity I love the subplots that's going on during the game.
Inside the final minute, out front, here he is again. Just mentioned what a contributor he's been. Couldn't finish the bucket here, but it was there for Blanchard one more time. Boy, these fans are hanging on every movement across the course of this first half, and there are 38 ticks remaining in a 41-39 game. Huss leading it with the basketball.
Every point is important. And, you know, you see Smith at the top there. He's orchestrating that offense. He's saying, hey, y'all, clear out. I got this guy.
Hunter Huss, timeout. Huskies want to talk it over. They have the ball, 28.7, so you would think they're going to do something, knowing they're going to carry the lead into the locker room either way to try to extend it here.
Yeah, you may look for one shot, you know, and go in with the momentum, go in with the lead. And it's been ebbs and flows in this game. It's been bobs and weaves, man. It's been peaks and valleys. And if you can go in with the 1, 2, 3, 4-point lead, I think that's a victory, especially from this first half with the intensity that's in this play.
One thing we can say about this game, it requires a halftime. Everybody's going to need a pause and a reset before you come back for the balance of what is going to be a 5A championship game, hotly contested. 28.7 on the clock. Walk us through the Huss possession from your mind.
Yeah, I'm going to slow it down. I'm going to get a good shot. I'm going to eat up as much of that clock as I can. If Fike sits back in the zone, it looks like they're coming out and they're going to face guard at least, they're going to face guard Jaleel Smith here and try and frustrate him as much as they can, but try and settle down and get a good look at the basket and don't give Fike that double possession.
Huskies to inbound.
Yep, take your time.
Love that awareness from Smith. He made sure where he was on the floor mattered. Remember, this is a little different length of the court than you usually have in a high school basketball regular season. There's a window to shoot.
There you go. Oh, you can do that.
He will. Driven home by Phillips again. With the latest of the Paramount Kia of Asheville threes. 3, 2 seconds. Ball on the floor. Time's going to expire in the first half. 44-39 will be the score. Hunter Huss will carry the advantage into the locker room.
Wow, you think this game doesn't mean a lot to these young men? They're diving on the floor. They're excited. They're getting after it. Man, I love the intensity. I love the focus of this game right here so far.
9 combined threes between them. A little bit of everything in the first half of basketball, and nothing yet settled in the 5A title bout. They are separated by just that at the break.
You're watching the Air Experts Heating and Cooling Halftime Report. Air Experts. Schedule your tune-up today at yourairexperts.com.
Well, hey there, everybody. Thank y'all so much for tuning into the state championship high school basketball games. Joining us is our longstanding partner all the way from Ingalls Markets, Miss Melissa Level. Melissa, are you loving these excellent basketball games?
I love it. What a great season it's been, and the best of the best is right here now on television.
Best of the best is right. Now let's talk about that longstanding and robust partnership between Ingalls and high school championship athletics. What all does that entail?
It's just absolutely wonderful to be able to connect with all the schools within our region. You know, we're in 6 states, and so we have Friday night lights with football, we do basketball, we have softball, even some Olympic style sports, and we go all the way up through college, and then of course some minor leagues. But we just love that high school spirit and the fun with that. A lot of those players work with us. A lot of their parents have a shop at our Ingalls, so it's kind of like a big family coming to watch all of them play, right? So we love that.
We'll love it as well. Melissa, as always, thank you for taking the time to speak with us here today.
Thank you.
All righty. Let's get back to the game, folks.
Experts Heating and Cooling Halftime Report. Air Experts. Schedule your tune-up today at yourairexperts.com.
Championship week is always a special time for high school athletics in North Carolina. Joining us now is NCHSAA Commissioner Q Tucker to talk about what this event means for student athletes across the state. Commissioner Tucker, Championship week is finally here. What does this event mean for the student athletes who have worked all season to get to this stage?
All of the teams that are playing this week are regional champions. And so they entered this week as already a champion. And now they're trying to, put that cherry on the top, so to speak, and go home with a state championship.
This year's championships feature 16 games across 8 classifications for both boys and girls. What went into the decision to structure the championships this way?
A couple of years ago, the membership voted to amend our bylaws so that you could have no more than 64 schools in a classification. Now, it would have been very easy to stop at perhaps 6 classes, but at the rate we've been adding new schools, we would very quickly needed the membership to amend the bylaw again so that we could have more than 64 teams in a class, or we'd have to go ahead and have more classes. So the recommendation to our board of directors was that we go ahead and go to 8 classes, and that would give some flexibility in terms of adding new schools.
How does that expanded format create more opportunities for schools and student athletes across the state?
Because we have more schools that are getting into the playoffs. than would have ever been in the playoffs, and they're able to make a deeper run. And that's exciting for those schools as well as for those communities.
For many of these athletes, this is the biggest stage they've ever played on. How does the association work with schools to prepare them for moments like this?
They needed to know, where your team will unload and how you get into the arena, what your dressing room situation will be like. Lawrence Joel Coliseum will be the largest arena they have been in for some of them. And so we just try to make sure that all the nuts and bolts are in place for the coaches to be able to share with the athletes.
When the final buzzer sounds on championship weekend, what do you hope every student athlete walks away remembering about this experience?
We want you to play hard. We want you to play to win, but we want you to do that and have fun so that you walk away and you think, we won, it was great, or we were runner-up, but it was great, and I had a great time with my teammates. For some of them, it would be the last time that they put on that high school jersey because they're seniors. So we want them to go away with those memories that will last a lifetime.
Commissioner Tucker, thanks for joining us, and congratulations to all the teams competing this week.
Thank you very much.
You're watching the Air Experts Heating and Cooling Halftime Report. Air Experts. Schedule your tune-up today at yourairexperts.com.
Halftime in the 5A title game, 5 separating them on the scoreboard as we close in on the third quarter. And Eric, first let's take a look back at some of the wild moments we saw in this first half of action. It was a highly entertaining first half of basketball.
Yeah, it's like we went to a track meet and a basketball game broke out, JP. But yeah, here we have it. Huss really, hitting the outside shots, dialing it in early on. And you see there number 5, Jaleel Smith making his presence known. I think he may be the leading scorer in the game. He's just taking his time and laying it up.
You think he may be the leading scorer? 18 will do that for you in the first half. Most people will take that for a game in its entirety. Here's some of the responses, though, as the crew from Fike made their presence known.
Yeah, Fike has stayed in there. They've hit the boards hard with the big fella Green in the middle and, playing through the contact there. And he actually rattled the rim one time, the big fella right there hanging on the rim, getting the crowd into it. I love seeing the big fellas get up like that.
Crowd didn't need much help, but moments like that certainly provided it for them. Here is the Arthritis Knee Pain Center's statistical look at the first half. What jumps out at you?
Yeah, I mean, you look at the field goal percentage, 18 of 39 for Huss, only 13 of 28 for Fike. But the big thing that sticks out to me here for Fike is they've shot 16 free throws. They're 9 of 16. And if they level this out, then this game is a different story. And so it comes down to layups and free throws at every level of the game, but especially here at high school.
Relief without surgery or opioids. That's Arthritis Knee Pain Center. They're providing those overall stats. And now we turn our attention to the ready-to-roll garage doors points in the paint. Pretty even. Well, dead even in that category.
Yeah, and once again, you know, Fike has the big fella with Green in the middle. And Huss has done a good job of kind of isolating him. You see sometimes the junk defense where they're just going to face guard him and not let the ball get anywhere near.
You hold your own in the paint for Huss, you got to be pretty happy with what you're dealing with there. Halftime is wrapping up, and you know what that means. The final half of basketball in the 5A ranks for 2025-2026 is right around the corner. Our broadcast brought to you by Riddle & Riddle continues right after this break. A highly anticipated second half, just moments away. This has been a fast-paced, back and forth 5A battle with a little bit of everything involved. And the fans just waiting for something to bring them to their feet on each possession of the basketball. They're entertaining us.
That's right. You think this game doesn't mean something to this community? You better believe it does.
Gastonia colliding with Wilson, two of the premier locations in the state of North Carolina, as Fike and Huss go back at it here. Huss leading it 44-39. So we begin the third. Mr. Green said, I don't think so. Yeah. He's trying to snatch it out of there. Won't happen. And here's the putback by Phillips when all is said and done. So Huss comes out of the locker room with a bucket.
Yeah, there they go. And you can see that they want to get Mr. Smith rolling.
Extends the lead to 7, but he doesn't have to do much to get to the rim. DeQuavis Green lays it in with ease.
Yeah, get him going in the middle, JP. You got to get him going in the middle.
Both teams with an early basket in the third. And Phillips, that's going to be disrupted by Jayante Blanchard. That's a third personal foul picked up by Blanchard there. Here's a look at it.
Yeah, because his assignment is going to be to shut down 5, I guess. And yep, he just came down on the forearm. You know, there's no doubt there was a foul. He came down. Maybe had he gone straight up, JP, maybe it would have worked out differently for him.
Leading all scorers with 18 coming into this second half. Jaleel Smith, the guy who you focus on in many ways. Phillips, so he's been impressive. He already has 9 by dropping home that Tatum and Atkinson free throw. He's the next likely candidate to go into double figures for Huss.
Yeah, and that's your role players. Role players got to step up in times like this.
Green's got 12. He's the only guy in double figures for Fike. They're trying to work in his direction again, but this pass too deep.
Yeah, you got to get him going. I mean, he's 6'10". There's nobody on the floor that you know, that can stand next to him and be intimidating. So you want to get him going in the middle, feed him the ball so he can continue to do that.
Going to pick up a foul here. Now remember, he played that entire first half being whistled for just the one foul, so this will be his second.
So it's not time to panic, but you still want to challenge him and go at him, because if you can get him on the bench, he's going to open up that inside.
It changes the entire complexity of this basketball team. First to the Tatum and Atkinson free throws, drained by Zach Anderson. Anderson has 8. He had 7 in the first half, was 3 of 9 from the field in the first half, and he gets that one to stay inside the cylinder, which pushes the advantage to 49-41.
Yeah, they're not giving Green an opportunity. They're collapsing on him as soon as the guard looks at him. They're collapsing 2 on him. They already have 1 face guard him, and they're getting somebody on him all the time.
Lead of 8 with the basketball for the Huskies. Crew out of Gastonia looking sharp here in the third. What a move. Give him 20. He has been spectacular today. Jalil Smith is advertised. Answer on the other end, not there for Blanchard.
Yeah, no fear in that young man. He's going right at him.
Well, Smith thought about a 3 from the corner, but he resets out top. Tossing it to Phillips. Phillips will try a 3, contested, won't go.
That was a step back 3, almost like James Harden out there stepping back from that 3.
Didn't miss it by much.
That's right.
Green puts it on the floor and lays it off the glass.
Yeah, that's what we're going to have to do. We're going to have to get him going. They're going to have to feed the beast and let him pound that block down there.
14 for Green. Only Jalil Smith with 20 for Huss has more points in the game. Looks like they're going to
call a double foul, it looks like.
Well, that's going to be on Jalil Smith off the ball. And it's the first time Smith has been whistled for a foul in the game.
Yeah, and you got Lofton that's trailing him every single place that he goes. He's not letting him breathe.
Well, and he's going to be whistled this time. You called it, E. Lofton is going to pick up a foul here. For Lofton, that's going to be, I believe, is that his 3rd? We'll check that.
Yeah, they got a battle going on, that's for sure.
Lofton picking up his 2nd, so 2nd personal foul on Lofton. 5:20. And 55 with a Paramount Kia of Asheville 3. That's Phillips again. He has double figures as well.
Yeah, he's saying, hey, throwing my name in the hat. That player of the game, I love it. He's meeting that intensity.
12 for Phillips. Now he's playing with 3 fouls, remember.
Oh, wow.
And a foul called here. And Loftus was in the middle of that again. Now that was his 3rd a moment ago. It just had not updated in the stat program. I had it as his 3rd. They now have placed a 4th foul up for Lofton on the scoreboard here, even though it's a little different in the stat program right now. So it appears as if that is in fact his 4th personal.
Yeah, and that could prove pivotal, because he's been playing that lockdown defense, or attempting to play that lockdown defense on Smith. And if he has to go out of the game, they're going to have to run another defender in there.
And it is in fact, now the stat program having caught up with the in-house scoring, it is in fact a 4th foul, and Lofton going to have to depart as he is saddled with 4 of them. Into the contest, Cordell Bowser, the junior, in his place. He won't be the only one entering, as they'll also call upon Demetrius Joyner, a senior who comes into the game.
Yes.
Remember, our Akeem Anastapoulo play of the game is coming your way at the conclusion of this contest. Akeem Anastapoulo, don't scream, call Akeem, the sponsor of our play of the game. Inside 5 to go in the third.
I was going to say, JP, for us, you know, Fike is saying, I got to shut Smith down, and so they're going to run a body to him all the time, and vice versa. For Fike, Green is going to get all the attention. These are the 2 leading scorers.
Blanchard with a great offensive contribution and now a solid defensive contribution. He draws the offensive call with a play like this.
Yeah, he's just a little frustration. There may have been a little bit embellishing there, I'm not sure, but hey, they call the offensive foul.
Well, and guess what? That goes against Jalil Smith.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, you glance up there, Smith having picked up a couple of fouls. So give Blanchard credit in the last couple of moments. The combo of he and Lofton, even though it cost Lofton a couple of fouls in his fourth, have put a couple of fouls on Smith here.
And Jalil comes back in the game. Sorry, number 1. Jameer Lofton's back in.
Lofton back in there with those 4 fouls. And a nice move to lay it off the window.
Great body control by the he's only a sophomore, JP.
And you look up at the scoreboard, all of a sudden this thing's stretching out a little bit for the Huskies. In the last several moments, they've doubled up Fike in the quarter, and in doing so have a 58-45 advantage now. This one's starting to spread out a little bit.
It is, and Smith just picked up his 3rd foul, so
yes,
he's got to watch that.
And again, we're just talking about the good work they've done in the last several moments. He had no fouls at the intermission, and he's picked up all 3 here in the third. The other way with it for Phillips. Disrupted. Lofton's taken nothing off his game with those 4 fouls. And it's finished on the other end of the floor by Blanchard.
Yeah, there you go. It's like a street fight, JP. You never know what's coming next. You never know where it's going to come from. These young men are playing their hearts out.
That cuts it to 11 as the Demons look to make a run. Huskies slowing it up just a bit. And a foul is going to be called out top. That's on Joyner. And it'll take us to a commercial break with 3:31 to go in the third. What a ball game.
Yeah, I love it. This young man shows tremendous body control as he gets a bucket there, and there's Husk coming down, looking to solidify this win.
We welcome you back to Lawrence Joel Veterans Memorial Coliseum in Winston-Salem with our Original Grills fan cam. Look at some of the fans enjoying this 5A men's championship game. Elevate your grill game, that's the challenge from Original Grills. Certainly we have seen these 2 5A combatants elevate their game. And with 3:31 to play in the third quarter, double-digit advantage for Huss now, as their fans on the Original Grills fan cam enjoying themselves at the moment, because Jalil Smith is at the line. He leads all scorers with 24 points as he goes after this Tatum and Atkinson free throw. Worth noting, we got some foul trouble beginning to mount here. A couple of guys on both sides you really have to watch now.
You certainly do, and you know it's going to come down to free throws. It's going to come down to layups, but who is going to be in the game come the end game time? The last 3-4 minutes of the game, who can you count on? Who can you rely on? And fouls have a whole lot to do with that, because if you're looking at 3 or 4 fouls and you're getting in that foul trouble, you have to tailor the way you play.
And the guy who just brought it up the floor, Jameer Lofton, is playing with 4 fouls. The guy who just hit the free throws, Smith, playing with 3. And the bucket will count, and 1 coming for Green.
Big fella, he got up there. He falls gracefully, though. You know what I mean? He didn't hit as hard as I thought he would have. But watch this. Nice little alley-oop there. I thought he was going to hang on the rim for a little bit, but he's giving it his all. And I love seeing the big fella, his team rallying around, helping him up. He's going to win from the charity stripe right there, JP, and he's going to have to start hitting these free throws, because I can imagine they're still going to go at him.
I thought he was going to touch the shot clock. Really up there that time, as you said. The free throw, the Tatum and Atkinson free throw, just off the mark. It stays at 60-49. The lead has been in double figures for Huss, as they have doubled up Fike in this quarter, 16-8 in overall points. That just rattles out on Phillips, but the putback is true.
And before you know it, you're down the court and they're scoring again.
On the other end, happy to trade him right now as everything halts with 2:39 to play. Timeout with just under 3 minutes remaining in this third quarter. Let's go back and take another look at that 3 ball a moment ago.
Yeah, here we go. You know, Smith is going to garner all of the attention. And then you have Z. Phillips just stepping right up there. And then you have one hitting the boards. It's going to take a group effort. All those role players are going to have to step up and play their part when their name is called or when their time is needed.
So they tried the 3. O.B. Lockhart there for the cleanup duty and the putback,
yeah,
and it makes it 62-51. Huss has made it a habit of keeping this in double figures. They're trying right now to hold the Demons at arm's length right now.
Yeah, and you know, if you're Fike, you're going to have to pound at the paint. And we see here coming back out, Fike has brought out their track team. Green is sitting on the bench right now. I guess, you know, getting some wind, getting some water, but they're going to have to keep up with the pace right here for Huss.
You're all right. You were thinking about the peak that Green climbed just a few moments ago, Pike. This has been an impressive showing on both sides. That's pulled out of the sky by Joyner. And then they'll call a foul on Hunter Huss. Let's see who this is going to be assessed. Is that going to be on McCoy? I think it's McCoy that they end up getting for the foul there, which is just going to be his first personal, it would seem.
Yeah, you talk about securing the basketball. He didn't want anybody to get those hands on there, and he's swinging and making sure that that they're going to steer clear of that. You don't want to get caught by one of those elbows.
Yeah, trio of Huskies there. It was the foul, that is, on McCoy, and it is just his first. Back of the iron, rolls off the front for Demetrius Joyner. Joyner, one of the seniors. He's seen some key minutes in this one today. Into the contest comes Will Pless once more for the Huskies of Huss. Coach Phillips turning to his bench again. Tatum and Atkinson free throw. Rattles out. And they're going to call another tie-up. That'll keep it on this end of the floor. Blanchard met all kind of resistance as he tried to take that back up.
And you know, I'm looking at the free throw count here, 9 of 19 for Fike, and you know, that's the difference in the game right now. Is being able to hit those, you know, the free throws from the charity stripe.
Held strong. Did Lofton in there, coming away with the bucket. Lofton with 12 points now. He's in double figures, and again, he's doing all this with those 4 fouls. Trying to stay out of the way here, as you would expect. Going to be clean.
Yeah, Fike is going to have to continue to make those stops and then attack the boards on the other end.
Inside 2 minutes in the third. Got it inside single digits now. Huss with the basketball.
Oh, good look.
Boy, how about Phillips? Hard to the hoop.
I love it. And you see Jaleel Smith running down with the binoculars like, yeah, I see him. I got him.
Look at this shot. That was a circus move.
That was a great ball control, man. These young men are going at it. I love it's like a street fight, like I said earlier, JP. Nobody's going to flinch.
Memorable possession after memorable possession in this one. Here's Phillips with the left hand. Press the rebound. He tried to take that one away from Green, but it was not to be. Blanchard with a minute to go in the third, and Blanchard again with a nice move in the paint.
He's making it a habit making these circus shots. These Michael Jordan-esque shots.
He's got 16 in the contest. He just pulled even with Mr. Green atop the team slate. That's the kind of day that Deontay Blanchard has put together. Major contact underneath at 36 seconds in the third.
Boy, when you're young, you don't care where you fall, how you fall, but I love it. You got Smith attacking the rim there with his own rendition of a circus shot. Tried to get it up there, but he's going to the line for two.
Smith with 26 to lead all scorers in this one. And he is going to connect on the first Tatum and Atkinson free throw. You want to stick around, we'll have the Riddle and Riddle player of the game. He may be standing at the charity stripe right now. His 27 are now credited to his account. That's the Riddle and Riddle player of the game at the conclusion of this contest. 28 points for Jaleel Smith, and you said it, not just the 28 points, Eric, but all the other things he's done in addition to that. You saw the big assist a moment ago, 1 of 5 today. He has a steal. He has pulled down 5 boards in this one. A little bit of everything for Jaleel Smith.
And he looks good in that Carolina blue and white there.
Oh, here we go.
I'm just saying, hey, I'm just saying.
I saw you with your suit on, but you still got those blue shoes underneath it all.
That's exactly right. He is just a sophomore. He will look good playing down in the Beanbag.
And I think everybody of every flavor, all across the state, of every flavor of fan and variety says, nope, we like him in our colors. He's one you would take anywhere. Number of these individuals here, the great thing about it, it's going to be fun to see what their futures hold because the talent to play next level basketball is there.
It certainly is, and you see him giving it all right here.
As proven by Mr. Phillips in the corner, just ahead of the horn. And Huss surges into the fourth quarter.
Was that a fadeaway three, JP? This young man was in the corner, almost looking like Steph Curry in that corner with the fadeaway. And we see here he gets it as time's running out and playing through the contact, a little fadeaway. Awesome shot by that young fella.
Huss, double-digit advantage as we head to the fourth. just ahead of the final 8 minutes of the 5A Men's Championship season. Let's take a look at the Arthritis Knee Pain Center. Stats through 3 quarters of action, relief without surgery or opioids. That's Arthritis Knee Pain Center. The numbers tell the story.
Yeah, JP, I'm looking at the free throws. You know, and Fike has left 10 points out there, and that makes a difference in this game. If they're hitting that, it's only a 2-point difference. But instead, you're looking at a 12-point difference.
Also keeping track of the ready-to-roll garage doors points in the paint. Call Raleigh's garage door experts today. Ready-to-roll garage doors, 36-28. Fike pulling away a little bit there, but we've seen Huss pull away a little bit on the scoreboard. They carry a 12-point advantage into the 4th.
Yeah, they're getting those 3-pointers to fall for them.
Heads up play to save possession right there by Antonio Griggs Jr. That will send Jaleel Smith. He's been the leader, 28 points through 3 periods to pace the crew out of Gastonia.
Yep, really high IQ play there.
Will stay on this end of the floor. Us looking to build on the advantage to open the 4th. Well, the Cuevas Green thought it was going to be Fike basketball. He was already trotting down to the other end.
He was ready to roll.
Instead, he's got to defend this. He will. Gets back in time to block the first shot, but the relentless follow is true. Will Press with a bucket.
Yeah, that was a good follow for Press. He got it blocked the first time, but it didn't stop him. Yes, sir.
That's what he was wanting to get to the other end of the floor for.
I'm sure the Fike fans love to see a lot more of that.
Green with 18 in the contest. Here's a 3 ball from the corner, rims off. Put back true. Guess who was there? He's going to talk to him on the way back up the floor. Jaleel Smith has 30 in the contest.
Letting him know he's just a little too small. And he picked his pocket.
Jaleel Smith. There it is. That's the 30-point moment. He works together with Zach Anderson the last trip down. You can officially post him up as Huss is pulling away in the 4th.
Yeah, he's starting to feel it a little bit there, JP. Picked his pocket right there. Didn't hesitate going to the other end. I thought he was going to flush it, but instead he just takes an easy old school finger roll too.
Just an impressive afternoon for Jaleel Smith and the Huskies of Hunter Huss. Starting to pull away a little bit here. They have created some separation on that scoreboard.
Yeah, letting everybody know whose house it is, and he's making this case for player of the game as a sophomore point guard. He's doing an outstanding job for Huss.
Securing 30 points in the contest. In addition to those 30 points, a couple of steals, 5 assists. He's pulled down a handful of boards. It has been an impressive run, and the fans making a trip over from Gastonia, enjoying every minute of it.
I love it when the fan cam hits them. It's like an electric shock goes through their spine, and they start to dance, and it really means a lot to these communities here.
Hunter Huss won a championship in 1977. They followed it up with another in 1985. They were last here in 2011. Won it then as well. This is a team that's a perfect 3-0 in the state championship environment, and it's trending toward 4-0 right now.
Yeah, they're looking forward to it. And I tell you something, JP, if it keeps going at this pace, they're going to hang that banner again.
77, 85, 11. Can you add 26 to it? 650 away from doing so. And if it stays like this, the time's going to be of little consequence. A behind the back pass from Smith, and he follows with the shot, give him 32. And but for the finish, that was a highlight moment.
Yeah, you gotta love it. Behind the back Magic Johnson pass. This young man is feeling it right now.
Jaleel Smith and company in charge at 77-59. You know, we just talked about that first championship coming for Hunter Huss in 1977. They've just posted on the scoreboard 77 in this contest.
Maybe it's in the numbers.
I got to see this again, E.
Yeah, here we go. He sees him coming. Don't want to give it away behind the back. The only thing would have made that awesome is the finish, you know, for our player of the game. But look at that. He still sticks with it. Jaleel Smith for another 2.
Gave him 2 more points instead of the assist. It was a thing of beauty. Right in the heart of that Golden Demons D. Huss fans starting to feel it here in Winston. 77, a special number to the Hunter Huss faithful on the board. They wouldn't mind to add to it, but this is taken away. The scramble for it. They get a foul call as they were heading for the basketball on the far side. It's going to go against Antonio Griggs Jr., the foul on 22, Griggs Jr. And it's just that's a third personal on Griggs.
Yeah, they're getting after it. And Lofton, number one, for Fike, continues to play with 4 fouls, still giving it his all.
That's a great point. He's been doing that for a while. Baseline drive into the hands of Anderson. Out front. What control to slow it all up and lay it home for Will Press.
Great control, caught it over his shoulder, almost like Jerry Rice there. Touchdown pass over shoulder, great body control to lay it up for 2.
Everything falling the Huskies' way now.
Yeah,
in the hands of Smith, and he's going to be fouled from behind. That was Blanchard, who is going to be whistled for his 4th.
Yeah, Huss is feeling it. You have Smith getting the outlet pass to the big fella down bottom, Will Pless, for the lay-in. Great control, and you can sense it in the air that Huss right now is feeling that state championship starting to sink in. The fans are feeling it. The players on the stands or on the bench as well as on the court, they're starting to feel it as well, JP.
It's about to be a 26-win campaign. They're 25-2 coming in. 26 wins in 26. It's going to be a championship year. At least it's trending that way. Up 22 now with Phillips' bucket.
Yeah, it's starting to get out of hand a little bit. They're still playing hard, but you can almost feel it. The body language you can see as well. Anderson
decided it's go time. He'll actually get it to Press far side, who slows it a bit. And there's Griggs Jr. Stop, pop, elbow. Why not?
Everything is dropping right now, JP. It's like throwing it into a swimming pool.
Bucket and the foul for Blanchard as he tries to retaliate somehow.
Yeah.
This push from Hunter Huss. And he'll go to the line. You got a see-through construction free throw coming on the backside, but the numbers beginning to make it very difficult now. The math becoming tougher and tougher in these moments. Breather for Tyleek Neal, who comes off. Tyleek Taylor into the contest. One Tyleek replacing another, and also taking a seat on the far side is Bowser.
Yeah, Huss has been pushing the pace, and it's finally starting to pay off.
Hunter Huss outscoring Fike 25-18 in the third quarter after things were tied at the intermission. I didn't say tied, I said tight at the intermission, just to be specific. And then 14-4, they've outscored them here in the fourth quarter. So it has been a second half to remember for the Huskies of Huss, as they are poised to carry a championship banner back to Gastonia, North Carolina. Timeout being called here with 4.5 to play. And it's beginning to seem inevitable. A lot of basketball left. Stranger things have happened, but Hunter Huss has taken command of this game in the second half.
Yeah, and that's a huge hill to climb. Looking at 21 points, as you mentioned, the math is starting to be against Fike. I shouldn't say starting. It's against them with 21 points and 4.5 to play. And Huss, Huss is happy to just continue to trade buckets. But Fike has got to start making some stops and see if they can cut into this lead.
Huss has outscored them 39-24 in the second half of action. And that's a split that they're enjoying in many ways in this contest. Got to remember, it started in that second quarter after they were outscored by 7 in the first by Fike. The split was 23-11 to take command at the intermission, and they have not looked back.
That's right. Starting to sink in. Jaleel Smith getting his last bit of instruction. This young man, I remind you, is only a sophomore, and he is leading all scorers with 32. And He's got 2 more years, man. You can be rest assured you'll see this young man again.
Not too many people believe what you're selling based upon the eye test today. Think on it. He is handling the basketball with 32 points to his credit and 8 rebounds. He's likely to finish with a double-double, and that doesn't mention what he's done in the assists and steals department today. It's been something special for sure.
As well as the emotional lift that
Yes.
he's given not just his team, but the fans all around.
And Green out of the game right now. You know, they really kind of took him away as a factor in this one when they were so effective on the perimeter and in the transition game.
Yeah, just playing the slow down offense. Oh, wow. Finger roll. I've seen more finger rolls this game than I've seen all season.
It's amazing, and we've seen just about everything begin to go down for Huss, and this is a nice effort by Lofton to respond on the other end of the floor.
Yeah.
Jameer Lofton, the junior, still battling.
Who's playing with 4 fouls? Yeah.
Rolls off. Guess who's there to put it back? Will Press on more than one occasion has been right there. Will Press impressive in this one.
Yeah, and Huss is happy to continue to trade buckets with him.
All day long.
Yep.
Into the hands of Anderson. Smith stops, and he'll go to the line. When you return to Winston-Salem, North Carolina, the premier player in the state championship contest is going to be at the charity stripe. He and Huss surging to the tune of an 87-64 advantage down the stretch. With the kind of lead Hunter Huss has built, for Huskies fans, the fourth quarter just becomes a celebration of the inevitable. They continue to impress with an 87-64 advantage, and the folks that made the trip over from Gastonia, North Carolina, are enjoying every moment of this 5A title game.
And it's really starting to sink in. They're starting to feel it. Every song has a little more bass in it. Every single timeout, every possession is a little sweeter as those seconds continue to click off the clock. They're getting closer to a championship.
The vendors in Gastonia starting to print 2026 alongside 77, 85, 2011, which was the last time this team made a trip to the state championship environment. They're going to be 4-0 in state championship contests. Due in large part to this young man.
Yep.
Sophomore drops home another see-through construction free throw to make it 88-64. And he, Eric, has notched, with that one right there, 34 points in the basketball game to lead everybody.
And I'm sure they'd love to get 100. They're close to it. If they keep playing like they are, they may get there, JP.
Here's a long three. Boards cleared by Pless here. Ahead to him. They scramble for it, and it's last touched by Huss. Going to be Golden Demons basketball.
Yep, still playing hard, still getting after it.
You know, 34 points for Smith, 19 points for Phillips, 11 points for Anderson. That trio all in double figures for Huss in the basketball game. And Anderson, by the way, has pulled down 9 boards. He's one shy of a double-double. Still fighting in there. The Cuevas Green, he has been a force in North Carolina basketball this season, and the junior is still the Conference Player of the Year. Still providing a moment here and there for Golden Demon fans to enjoy.
Yeah, you can see, just the frustration, on the Fight players. They play so hard and work so hard to get to this point, and falling just a little bit short.
Phillips has 22 of his own, and there are 92 on the board with his Paramount Kia of Asheville 3.
And there he is.
Rising above everyone else, Jaleel Smith jams it home.
As to say, earlier in the game, he had a couple of finger rolls, some layups. As to say, no, I can get up there.
Anderson off the backboard, and there's Smith again trailing. He has exploded for 38 points in this contest. And the celebration is on for the Huskies.
Well, the question about get to 100, JP, they're 4 points away. 2 minutes and 16 seconds to go, and the celebration has already started.
Seems the century mark is on the horizon. Leading them with 38, Jaleel Smith has ignited the fire of a championship party here in Winston-Salem.
Yeah, those T-shirts that are being printed, I'm sure is going to have a number 5 smack dab in the middle of it.
Well, and you work your way for another year or two into that scenario of wearing that one to the Huss, Jim, when you consider that he's got plenty of basketball left in his future.
He certainly does.
But he has put together a state championship performance to be remembered here. Again, 38 for Smith, 22 for Phillips. Anderson has pitched in with 11. All the leaders on this Huss roster doing just what you would expect in the championship environment.
And you hear the fans chanting, "We want 100." I think there's a pretty good chance that they'll get there.
Into the basketball game and working for a state championship memory here or there. A number of those role players on each side getting some key time here, or at least fight Golden Demons, allowing some to experience championship type environment. There's a foul of Phillips. 96-66 with 2:02 to go.
Now I think they're doubling up Smith here, Fike is, to ensure that he doesn't get, I don't know, the 40 points. I don't know, he's doing a fantastic job. But this young man right here has played a heck of a game also.
Dropped home by Phillips. See-Through Construction free throw. See-Through Construction, your contractor of choice on the OBX. See-Through Construction. And Phillips, 24 points for him, as he is true on both of those. And we think about Huss in all categories today, including from the free throw line, where they are now 17 of 21. Just an impressive effort. 2 points away from 100. That disrupted and lost out of bounds at the 148 mark. 98-66. A second half to remember for Hunter Huss. And a bucket for Fike. You talk about it, so many of those continuing to give you their best, but it has been all Huskies in this second half. Phillips.
If that had gone down, I think the roof would have flown off of this place.
He was looking for 101 instead of the century mark. Tried to go for the Paramount Kia of Asheville 3.
Certainly was, and I think when they do get 100, the roof will go off, and it may be right here.
Phillips won't go, maybe from the charity stripe.
There you go.
As he will go to the See-Through Construction free throw line with 1:15 to play. 2 shots coming for Phillips, who has 24 in the game. Just made 2 from the See-Through Construction free throw line. Rims off left side. That 100 point hard to come by.
Yeah, I'm sure he wanted to be the one to kick him to 100, but Just one more, and it'll be 99, and somebody's going to get an opportunity.
Nice hand for some of these golden demons of Fike that are being called to the bench now for the effort they put forth across the course of the year. It's been a tremendous season for the crew out of Wilson, North Carolina. 99 on the board as the see-through construction free throw falls. Closing in on the final minute of the 5A season. Number 5, Smith. And he is unable to do anything with it here. That wrapped him up, and Smith thought should have been intentional here. A lot of contact. He wrapped him up here at the end of this.
Yeah, it's that was looked like it was a little intentional, making sure he didn't get an easy layup, I guess.
Trying to get to the basketball.
Yeah.
And they are going to allow him to shoot as everyone vacates. It's going to be somewhat fitting that it will be Jaleel Smith if he's able to make one of these that puts the 100 mark on the board, because he has been the leader today. He makes them both. He's got 40 personally. There it is. 100-point performance for the Huskies in the state championship environment. And they call for Phillips. He's headed to the bench to a nice ovation of the Huss faithful.
Yeah, and one more, he's going to have 40 points if he hits it here.
There it is. Well, just off the mark. 39 personally, but he did work it to 100 for the team at the 106 mark.
Yeah.
Boy, this second half for the Huskies had just been a flex of the muscles in many ways.
Yeah, they lit it up, JP. They stepped up. You know, they averaged 77 points a game, but they lit it up.
Look at this embrace. Coach Phillips calling his stars to the side now. And Jaleel Smith going to finish with 39 in this game to pace everybody. And it's going to be 39, 39 alongside 6 assists, 8 boards, 3 steals along the way. He did a little bit of everything for this squad. And he's got a lot of basketball left in his career.
He certainly does. And what about the emotional component, the intensity? Fight through everything at him. They threw, you know, double teams. They got physical with him, and he still was able to power through and score 39 points.
Starters enjoying themselves as that Hunter Huss Huskies banner right behind their bench is lifted tall and proud. 101 becomes 102 as O.B. Lockhart makes a couple of see-through construction free throws. 1 minute remaining. A little drama remains here in the 5A title game. And a foul as O.B. Lockhart worked back into his grasp.
Yeah, a little frustration. You know, the game's 53.6 seconds to go. Yeah, you can see now Coach Phillips is going to empty out his bench and let some of these young men build some memories of this state championship game here for Huss.
Everybody's coming. Walk us through these individuals working into the contest here.
Let me see here, JP. I see number. As we hit that, we have number 3. That's Jaden Moore coming in. We have number 33. That's Dankarian Sanders. We have number 0, which is Raymond Hodge, and number 40, I believe that's Will Coleman. These young men are going to get an opportunity to have their names cemented in the folklore and history of Huss High School.
Think about the championship moment that abounds when you get a chance to be a part of a moment like this. And still in the contest, Antonio Griggs Jr. with those 4 you named. He's at the stripe and will knock home the free throw. And now that final substitution, 4-0 in there. And boy, this is a lifetime memory that those final members of the Hunter Huss roster to see the floor on this championship Saturday are enjoying.
Yep, and these young men for Fike as well. They get an opportunity to play at the biggest stage here in 5A basketball, the state championship.
When you reflect upon what we've seen here in what is now a 103-68 contest, how do you put into words what we witnessed from Huss in the second half?
Yeah, domination. They came out, they imposed their will on Fike. They played their game plan. They attacked the basket, on both ends. They defended well. And what can you say about Jaleel Smith? 39 points in 103 so far point game here in the state championship. The big players make big plays on the biggest stage.
Yeah, responsible for a third of the offense. You're right. Sophomore was something else. How about this move? Nicely done to slice toward the bucket. There's a look at Braylon Boykin, one of the seniors. And he did draw contact and will go to the line. And you said it, regardless of which side of this you're on, you played on a college basketball floor in a state championship environment. And if you etch your name in the scorebook, that's something to talk about for generations.
Certainly is, and they're going to remember it. It takes so much work in the offseason, so much work during the season to get to this game. And these young men have all put it in. And congrats to Hunter Husk in being the state 5A men's basketball champion.
Well, he did get to notch a point, did Boykin, but the running clock went into effect with the separation on the scoreboard. And the running clock rolls down as Husk gets ready to celebrate this championship. 103-69 is our score. There's some question about whether or not they're going to have Boykin shoot the other free throw since time expired during his time at the line. And it looks as if they're going to bring Boykin back out to shoot the other free throw. And now the official's going to talk it over. And it's just a question of whether there's one more free throw to shoot or if the teams are going to shake hands and Hunter Husk is going to begin to celebrate. And it appears as if now, after the discussion, they've decided the game is over. Time ran out. Your final, 103-69. Might have muted the celebration just a little bit the way the clock ran down, but I'm going to tell you, E, they've been celebrating for the entirety of the fourth quarter, and Husk deservedly so, because they put together an impressive championship Saturday performance.
They certainly have. That second half, they just opened up the lead on them and just impose their will on them. So congratulations to the Hunter Huskies, and hats off to Fike as well.
We'll be back with the trophy presentation, so much more. Husk breaks the century mark, goes to 4-0 all-time in championship moments. They add 26 to 77, 85-11 with another crown. Going back to Gastonia. The celebration in Gastonia will no doubt match what we've witnessed here in Winston. The Huskies of Hunter Husk with the century mark eclipsed claim the 5A crown. And as Coach Phillips sat down a moment ago, he just said, wow, we could echo those same sentiments. An impressive performance by your team start to finish.
First, I'd like to thank God for giving us this opportunity. We got a great bunch of kids. It's pretty awesome.
You think back through not just this game, Coach, but you think back through the entire journey, and it's a lifetime journey for so many of these players. What are going to be the memories that stand out to you?
Just to see a bunch of kids that was castaways. Believe in a plan. We're teaching them how to dream, how to think out the box, how to be young men, how to fight through adversity. My son, Pawpaw, died on Thursday night. My wife's dad, and teaching them how we gotta get up and keep fighting. It's pretty awesome.
Bigger things than just what happens on the hardwood at play
Yes,
here.
sir.
That's a reminder of what really matters.
Coach, that's awesome. What's been the message throughout the entire year for your team?
Whatever it takes. This is it. Make no mistake where you are. It's what we try to teach our guys. Don't make no mistake where you are. Things happen for a reason. You just got to believe and achieve. And if you do that, anything can happen.
Yeah, and what does this championship mean for about the character of your team, Coach?
The character, because we've been pushed down and said our kids are this and that from the west side of town. You know how that goes, but they persevered. 3.1 GPA for the guys. They're doing what they have to do in the classroom. They're leaders in our school. They're leaders in our community. And look at them now. They're North Carolina High School, 5A, 2026 state champions.
Not much can be said in addition to that. Coach, congratulations and thank you for your
Appreciate
time.
you. Thank you.
We
Congrats,
so
Thank you,
impressed
sir.
with
Thank
what you've done on and off the floor,
Thank
and
you,
we
sir.
appreciate you. Enjoy the ride.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you guys.
Well, you
All right.
heard Coach Phillips right there with the reminder of what really matters in life, that yes, these championship moments are for a lifetime, but what you're doing with young men and their development and what's happening in their lives in the areas that matter that we so often talk about. He's a solid reminder of what it's about, E, and they've got a championship to celebrate to go along with all those other positives he discussed.
And it's more than just about basketball. You can tell that he is a leader of young men, and this is going to make a difference in their lives, not just from a sports perspective, but from a life's perspective, and what the lessons that he's teaching them, the adversity that they faced. And he talked about having a 3.1 GPA on the team, and they're leaders in the school and fighting through that adversity. These are life lessons that they'll take for the rest of their lives, and they'll carry it into adulthood, they'll carry it into fatherhood, they'll carry it into their jobs and their careers.
Important to remember what matters, but moments like this, pretty special. One of the reasons this moment became so special is because our play of the game. Let's go back, take a look at our Akeem Anastapulo play of the game. You probably know who's going to be involved.
Yeah, this young man, Jaleel Smith, and see, he lays it up right there, just kind of teasing the crowd, thinking, can he or can he not dunk? This young man here can play above the rim, and he did an outstanding job, leading his team to victory.
A little bit later on, he jammed it home. He had 39. I've got a feeling we're going to stick with him camera-wise when we talk about our player of the game, which is brought to you as it has been all week by Riddle and Riddle. You're going to see a little more of the exploits of number 5. They matched his jersey number with a 5A title thanks to his near 40-point performance.
Yeah, played through contact. He was also the emotional leader. And JP, he is only a sophomore. This young man has a lot of basketball left in high school, and I think this is the one here where he just once again he gives us a teaser, but he knows that he has a bright future in this sport of basketball.
You see the total numbers, the steals at 3, the assist at 6, his rebound and point totals on the screen for you. And just a remarkable day for Jaleel Smith as he and the Huskies came out in the second half and took this one by the horns, decided to turn it into a championship environment. 103-69 the final. And all those individuals on the Husk roster now being announced. We gave you each of their names as they were entered into the basketball game, but it's worth probably restating each of these individuals that made their mark across the course of the year. Raymond Hodge, O.B. Lockhart, Nazir Davis, Jaden Moore, of course Anderson, Jaleel Smith, Joseph Walker, Kamari Falls, Tressel Locock, Amitris McCoy, Antonio Griggs Jr., Will Pless, Kenneth Massey, and Karen Sanders, Will Coleman, and Zy Phillips, all a part of what this team did across the course of the season. And you know, you saw one of the great gentlemen in this sport, Coach Phillips, give you a window into what it's been like off the floor. And he talked about life adversity and the challenges that you face as a family and as an individual, and certainly in the culture at times. But he said beyond all that, you step back, you give credit to God for the blessings of life, you come together as a family on the basketball floor, and you believe in one another. And he's done some amazing things with this Huss roster.
And hats off to the parents that support these young men. Hats off to the teachers. You know, they have these young men in class, and he said that they are leaders in the school. And so, you know, the teachers will hold them accountable. But, you know, to the trainers, to the cafeteria staff, you know, to everybody in that community that supported these young men, he said that people kind of cast them away, right? And he brought them together as a team, and they performed on the highest level.
Everybody in Gastonia going to celebrate this one, that's for sure. 103, everybody in that Huss community at least. 103-69 was the final, and these are the moments that they've worked for a lifetime. You talk about it so often, E. There's more to this than just a basketball season. There's summer preparation, there's lifetime and life skills that are developed, and this is the culmination of a long-term individual and corporate effort.
And it's choices that you make. You know, your buddies may be going out and doing things and hanging out, and you have to get home and get your rest and get your proper nutrition because you have a game to play the next day or you have a tournament to go to. And so there's a lot of sacrifice that takes place as well that these young men have made, and now they get to celebrate it by hoisting that banner at their high school at Hunter Huss.
The Huskies of Hunter Huss receiving their individual medals. Phillips going to share a moment with the fan base as well as he comes out as the final member of this roster numerically to receive his medal. And now the coaches will be honored, all the members of the traveling personnel who've made a championship moment like this possible. Reminder, we got a couple more coming your way later today, so you want to stick around. Championship Saturday going to roll on from here in Winston-Salem. You'll see more memories just like this one, where everybody who was a contributor is honored for their part in a championship run.
Yeah, because it takes a village. Every single person on that staff. Once again, the hours that you spend in the gym, the hours that you spend not just teaching basketball lessons, but life lessons, as Coach Phillips talked about. So kudos to them. Hats off.
There's that idea of family. You see it prevalent on the shirt. Member of this staff as the Huskies continue to receive those honors. And now here is Coach Phillips, the head man, going to come out. And the medal will be placed around his neck. The trophy going to be handed his direction to share with his team in just a moment.
Yeah, as a head coach, you're a motivator of young men. You're a molder of young men and the value that a coach plays in their lives. I remember, you know, what my coach said 20 years ago, 30 years ago. And these young men are going to remember these life lessons that they learned from their coach in practice and in games, in the wins and in the losses.
Yeah, we all had coaches that marked our lives. You know the old saying, you know, a coach is impactful in what they do with you on the floor or between the white lines or on the field. But the coaches that make the true difference are the ones that change your life outside of all that. We've seen a number of those across the course of this championship week in North Carolina as well. A banner to hang at Huss High, the home of the Huskies there in Gastonia, is now being carried over to the rest of the team. Trophy headed with it. And now we'll have our superlatives handed out by the state of North Carolina. A couple of outstanding players, one on each side, recognized for their performance in the championship tournament and the state championship game. It was a tremendous year for Fike and a tremendous first half for Fike. It was just Huss in that second half taking things over. But you'll remember this year, those from Wilson, North Carolina, for having been able to arrive in a state championship environment here at Wake Forest. And Mr. Green going to be called to come to the middle of the court. Such good work done by him across the course of this season, and he's the honoree as the outstanding player for Fike.
And this is something that I'm sure people, you know, realize this. as these players from Fike are standing over there, including Mr. Green here, who is a junior, they're etching this in they're burning this in their memory about how bitter this tastes. But they have nothing to hold their head about. They did a fantastic job in getting here, but you can best believe that they're going to want to get back to this. Only they want to be the ones that are hoisting that championship trophy.
That's a great point. It's something that becomes an inspiration for you in the days and moments that follow. What you're seeing here as the celebration ensues. Of course, Phillips is going to be honored here. See Phillips announced as the individual, as the standout performer in this contest, and now the overall MVP set to be announced. And we'll give you 3 guesses. The first 2 don't count.
The first 2 don't count. Agreed. Maybe he had 39 points.
A sophomore with 39 points to pace everybody. His leadership evident on the floor from the very beginning stages of this one. And the most valuable player of this 5A championship contest, the guy who wears number 5, Smith, who was right at 40 points in the contest. Just a stellar effort all the way around. I keep saying that. They had him on the scoreboard as 39. There was one bucket that wasn't credited to him at one point late. It'll be interesting to see where he lands. He's right around 40, going to either end with 39 or 41, depending upon how it all shakes out with the final scoring as they check that with the scores. Whatever the case, he tinkered right around 40 points, and this team eclipsed 100 for a championship.
Yep, first time in a while we've seen 100 points in a state championship, but congratulations to Hunter Huss and to Coach Phillips for hoisting that trophy. Hats off. And kudos to Fike as well for the tremendous effort that they had.
Take a picture, Gastonia, North Carolina. That's the snapshot that will live for generations. This group adding its name to the 3 prior champions in that locale. Here's one final look at the numbers. Our Arthritis Knee Pain Center statistics now final. The relief without surgery and opioids that Arthritis Knee Pain Center provides brings them to your attention as they sponsor our stats. Any final thoughts on the numbers in this?
That final number right there, 103-69, is the only one that really counts and it really matters. Now, you're going to build on it if you fight and hope to get back here next year.
One final glance at our ready-to-roll garage doors points in the paint. Raleigh's garage door experts. Check them out today. 46-50 the split. Huss +4 in that category when all was said and done. And they are in the plus category overall as they add a championship ring, a championship banner, a championship trophy in 2026. 1977, 1985, 2011, and now 2026 for Hunter Huss. Thank you to our sponsors. A big thank you to everybody who made this broadcast possible. For my broadcast partner, Eric Gash and Kevin Ketwell earlier in the weekend, and all those who are going to carry you home in the moments to come. Riddle & Riddle Injury Lawyers, Air Experts, Heating and Cooling. Tatum & Atkinson, See-Through Construction, Ready to Roll Garage Doors, Arthritis Knee Pain Center, Akeem and Astapulo Law Firm, Paramount Auto, Tip Top Roofing, Original Grills and Ingalls Markets make it possible for us to be here. Jason Patterson saying thanks for joining us. Enjoy the rest of your championship Saturday. 77, 85, 11, and now 26. Those are the years that see Hunter Huss as champions. They eclipse 100, and the Huskies claim the crown in 5A.
Ever since my boots first hit these streets, had to scratch and claw, made me hard to beat.